Okay, we have the green bars, we have the live counters ticking up, so we should now be live, which of course means welcome back to the Storytime Network. Oh boy, we are a couple of weeks late with this. Well, 12 days late, it's not that bad for this, but it
gave us some time to catch up on some other things here and there.
Yeah, it is the Anime of 2024 stream. So we'll be talking about shows from winter, spring, summer, and fall, and then obviously we'll be doing our year-end awards at the end. Strap in, this will be a long one.
As always.
Yeah, I'd have to check, which I'm not willing to do particularly quickly now, because I don't want to take too much time up, but I'm fairly sure we've, gone like fucking at least 4 hours, if not 5, for a lot of them.
I'm pretty sure we haven't had a single year-end anime stream that has been less than 4 hours.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Last year was 5 hours 11, so.
Yikes! Okay, let's try not to take that long.
We will see. As I said before, we have like one more show than last year.
It's not that bad, honestly.
No. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Let's get quickly started with... Let me just get that up. It's a big one. It is the Apothecary Diaries.
Second core of this is really good. Just a lot of good stuff with the whole arc of Mao Mao and Lock-On. Really good bait switch on Lock-On, not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, this was definitely the season of Lock-On.
I mean, it makes sense given how important he is overall.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Also very good to see more development for Jinshi and him getting to understand Mao Mao a bit better.
Yeah. No, for sure. Trying to think what else happened there.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
It has. It's been almost a full ass year, and we just started the second season.
We had whatchamacallit, I can't remember her fucking name, but that
one chick, yeah.
The lady in waiting who was like super suspicious of Mao Mao, and then laid this plan to kill Jinshi, who, seems just a little bit more important than he seems.
Yep.
And Mao Mao thwarted it at the cost of her leg. Well, a wound on her leg. She didn't lose it. But yes, that happened this past in the second core, which was also, very, very interesting.
Yep. It was Suirei. Suirei. Yeah.
Suirei, yes. Yeah, that was definitely a time.
Oh yeah.
And then obviously we ended the season with more focus on the Lock-On stuff and what was it? The dance in particular, I remember.
Yeah.
And Lock-On marrying, finally putting a ring on Mao Mao's mother's finger.
Yeah. That was tragically beautiful.
Yeah.
Overall, just a very, very good show from start to finish, and I'm glad we have the second season already begun.
Oh yeah, no, excellent show, and this second season is going to be real interesting. Trust me. As somebody who's read the source material, it's going to be I'll be saying that a few more times throughout the stream. Anyway, we should probably move swiftly on to our next show, which is A Sign of Affection.
Such a sweet, sweet romance.
This is one of my favorite rom-coms ever.
This was probably, at the very least, one of the best romances of the year.
Quite easily. Easily top 5.
And you want to know why that is? Because they fucking communicated.
Yeah.
It's almost like communication is one of the core themes of the show.
Yeah.
Because they're like young adults who actually like communicate and, and respect boundaries and stuff.
Like, I remember back in winter getting so frustrated. You can't say that it's because they're young adults, because in winter we had a show, Cherry Magic, that was about fucking adults who didn't communicate.
Oh.
I mean, the whole core of the theme of that one was, I can only find out the secret thoughts of my coworker because I'm telepathic because reasons.
I know, but it was just
isn't like that.
It was just so incredibly frustrating hearing them not communicate when I had this show that was doing such a good fucking job.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
Like, Itsuomi, has moments of maybe seeming like a shady guy, but he is legitimately just a good person.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that makes his, growing relationship with Yuki all the more, just enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
Add to that, obviously, the side romance with Rin and Kyoya.
Which is
that was very cute.
Which is also very cute and fun to watch.
Yeah.
Like on top of the main romance.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, we did have a downside, which was, Oshi.
At least Oshi wasn't like an actual plot tumor taking over the plot and derailing everything for everyone else.
Again, because the communication in the show is so good, he was never actually a problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
Him and his fucking ableist ways.
Fucking
Things started bouncing
prick.
back for him, though.
Yeah.
He did seem like he was getting better, to be fair. The other big sort of problem... I say problem point, this one wasn't as off-putting to me, but the stuff with, I think her name was Emma.
Yeah.
That
kind of was to me personally. But...
Yeah, that whole mess...
Rip.
Of her being interested in Itsuomi, but again, I don't think she said anything about it to him. No, she did. She did, and he just turned her down flat, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, and she kept persisting and being a pest.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, their friend Shin is in love with Emma, but yeah.
It's a bit of a triangular situation there.
Yeah. It's a bit of a corner situation sort of deal. It's more of a line than a triangle, I would say.
Yeah, kinda.
A sign of... Not to mention, great face game as well throughout.
Oh, yeah.
We'll say that.
Yeah.
The studio was Ajiado. Yeah, They did great work. They are currently doing Bureaucrat to Villainess this season, so that should be an interesting one.
Oh yeah.
And props to the series for actually, really hammering in the accuracy on the sign language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the original author was also involved with the production as well, which helped things end at a good point and also just be accurate.
But yeah, now, A Sign of Affection, really, really good show. Really one I would personally recommend.
It's one of my favorites of the year.
Yeah, no,
definitely.
Same.
I don't remember where I put in my ranking. I think it's either top 10 or top 15.
Well, Nmbr and I gave it anime of the season, and you gave it runner-up, Jack. So I think that speaks to how highly
there we go.
how highly we consider the show.
No. It's really freaking good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
top 10.
We should move on to our next show. It's the first sequel proper on the list. It is bottom tier character Tomozaki-kun Season 2.
This was a fun one. It was a slight step down from the first season in terms of pacing, but otherwise it was still a very fun ride.
Yeah, I'm kind of just surprised that, again, the show even got a Season 2 in the first place. It kind of just felt like a one and done.
Yeah.
Came years later, too.
Yeah. It did end at a very good place as well.
No, it ended at a great place. I'd be fine if it... I want another season, but I'd be fine if it didn't. I started reading the light novels anyways, so...
That's always a good sign.
Yeah. I got pretty invested. But yeah, we had the short Tama bullying arc at the beginning of the
which was
of the season.
Fucking brutal.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. But things ended pretty well there. And then we had our own little love triangle going on with Tomozaki and the names are escaping me.
It's been a year. I don't blame you.
Yeah. Mimi and Kikuchi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I was rooting for Mimi, but I can't be upset for Kikuchi. I'm happy for her.
I was rooting for Kikuchi, but yeah, I am sad for Mimi.
Yeah. Because this show just has great characters.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, the character work definitely helped carry the show for sure, because like the pacing and the well, I wouldn't say the animation is bad, just more workmanlike than anything else. But the characters definitely were like the biggest selling point of the show.
Yeah, and to be fair, like that's basically what it's about. It's about Tomozaki basically bettering himself. And maybe some other characters along the way.
This is how you write a quote-unquote redemption arc for a character who used to be a shut-in.
Yeah, it's a Smash player redemption arc. Yeah.
I'm not wrong on that.
No, you're not. But he's a Smash player, and this is his redemption arc.
Exactly.
Yeah. No. Very solid follow-up to Season 1. I do agree that I prefer Season 1, but still really solid. I hope we get more.
As do I.
But it ended at a pretty great point. Very underrated show, but everyone I've seen that actually watches it really likes it, so...
Alright, let's move on then to... Brave Bang Bravern.
Ugh, talk about underrated.
The game mecha show that has driven the world wild.
Yeah, this was a hidden gem of the season for sure. An all original anime by Cygames, which have
Cygames is really good studio.
Yeah, they're really good.
Well,
which is kind of weird.
Interestingly enough, Cygames was the only studio to actually give it a chance. Every other studio apparently turned it down because of it being quite a bizarre show, which I think is fair to say, but also just, you know, mecha anime not being the most popular genre at the moment.
Yeah, unless you have Gundam in the title, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of those studios are going to be feeling a little bad about themselves now, considering it has been very popular.
Yeah, it's been very popular.
Cygames is also going to be on a hot streak because they have Uma Musume still, and they're doing the Summer Hikaru Died later this year.
Yeah, which is whoa.
And there's rumors they're doing the Kagurabachi anime.
that as well, which is if they do that, then that's what will put them on the map.
I mean,
nothing else does.
I'm pretty sure Princess Connect put them on the map.
No, because not nearly enough people talked about Princess Connect.
It would be a different level if they got Kagurabachi for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly, like one of the biggest manga right now. Yeah.
But yeah, for an example of its popularity, the governor of Iwate Prefecture, Tazo Takia, mentioned Bravern as the peak of robot anime.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but that is very amusing, and a lot of people really, really freaking enjoy it. Some comparing it to Gurren Lagann, which I think is maybe the best compliment you can give it.
Yeah.
It's certainly very out there, because even the first episode, it starts off as a pretty grounded, military show training against these freaking aliens, and then the aliens attack and everything's going to shit, and then all of a sudden this super robot dude shows up blasting his own theme song on his speakers and shouting at the main protagonist to get him inside him.
Yeah, that was always the contrast of the show, of the humans, treating this as this really sort of almost this pretty heavy drama and wartime drama. Meanwhile, Bravern is out there just hamming it the fuck up everywhere.
And every other line just triggering and...
Yeah, and that's...
I still remember all those meetings with fucking Bravern's giant face in an opening in the wall.
Yeah.
I do need to watch this at some point. I will try, but
I highly recommend it. My only real issue is just that the CG is a bit jank. But the fight choreography helps make up for it, because they go pretty crazy with it. Yeah, just all around a really, really enjoyable show. Not a whole lot else to really say about it, other than it's I guess you could say it's a banger.
In terms of the 3D, apparently the creator Obari said he did want Bravern to have completely 2D mechs, but there just weren't enough resources.
Yeah, doing completely 2D mechs is extremely difficult, which is why you only really ever see it in Gundam.
Yeah. And even then, not always.
Yeah.
Obari has also said that if Bravern wasn't successful, he would have retired. So, good for him.
Good for him that he didn't have to retire.
Yeah.
No, yeah, this is clearly a passion project of his.
Yeah. Right, let's move on then to The Dangers in My Heart, Season 2.
Honestly, not counting carryovers, this was probably the best sequel of the year, in my opinion.
It's one of those things of your best, sequels often, or don't often, excel past their first part, like, hugely. There's only a few that I can think of, the main one being Quesadilla Vanitas. This one, I would say, took the ball that Season 1 got rolling and, chucked it down a fucking steep cliff face.
Yeah.
Because this just got better and better as the more time went on and the more time we spent with these characters.
Oh, absolutely. It was a very, very good show, and it served as an excellent just continuation of both the character development and just the storyline of the first season.
Yeah. There's not a lot to say in terms of the story, because it really is just, Kyotaro,
a very well-written, coming of age romance.
Yeah, it's it is Kyotaro and Anna getting closer and closer and closer until they finally hit that hit that point where, you know, they can't deny it to each other any longer, or to themselves any longer.
And they grow as people along the way.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's stuff that happened. There's, you know, Kyotaro meeting Anna's parents for the first time, which was hilarious.
Oh, delightful.
The bit at the school trip at the end was really good.
Yeah, no, the fucking deer.
The fucking deer. Kyotaro getting trapped in the girls' room.
It was just all very good.
Yeah. No, I have nothing but good things to say. I'm sure we've said it plenty of times now, considering, you know, we've talked about the first season at length. We've talked about season 2 throughout all the winter streams. It is amazing how good this show has ended up being, considering where it started. Like, that first episode is it's not bad, but it is just...
It's very non-indicative of the kind of show that would ultimately become.
Very much so. Very much so.
But yeah. It's very, very good. And not a lot of ways we can say very, very good in multiple different ways.
I mean, honestly, watch it. If there's any show that's worth getting high dive for, it's this.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best shows on High Dive.
I mean, hey, while you're there, watch fucking Frieren, I guess.
I'm actually have to look and see what they everything they have on High Dive, because yeah,
they've got
Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
They've got a fair amount. It's just a lot of it is more the obscure stuff.
Bloom is one of the other
Bloom,
highlights.
Bloom is on there as well. God, I forgot.
Bloom's on High Dive?
Yeah, Bloom is on High Dive.
Bloom was one of the first big titles on High Dive.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, they have Eminence in Shadow. Watch that. Watch Eminence in Shadow.
To be fair, you can watch it. No, you don't even have to get fucking High Dive. Dangers in My Heart is now on Netflix.
Oh damn.
As is Eminence in Shadow.
Oh.
Damn, High Dive losing that exclusivity.
Yeah, well, it might suck a little bit for them, but still. Anyway, we should probably move on.
Yes.
Dangers in My Heart season 2, very, very good. Ended with a fucking great, confession on both sides. Absolutely great show.
Beautiful scene.
Yeah. Can't recommend it highly enough. But
speaking of can't recommend it highly enough,
let's move on to probably one of the biggest shows of the year, I would say. With Delicious in Dungeon.
I fucking love this show so much.
This is 100% a fucking D&D campaign come to life.
Yeah, no, this is like, honestly, if I were to animate a D&D campaign, it'd be either this or Vox Machina. And honestly, I think this is even better somehow.
It's just the craziness of it, and it's... Laios is a wonderful mess of a person who is obsessed with eating monsters, and... I'm not going to say he saw his chance once he realized he had to go save his sister, but it certainly was a plus of going to save his sister.
Yes. And honestly, the rest of the cast bounce off both him and each other marvelously.
Oh, Marcel is a wonderful, wonderful character. Voiced superbly by Emily Rudd in the dub.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. The dub cast in this is excellent, especially with Prosy D voicing Senshi as well.
Sungwon Cho, sorry.
Yeah, he's great.
He's great. Bread. I mean, if we shout out all of them, we might shout out a lot of them, we might as well shout out all of them. Casey Mongio as Chilchuck and Damien Haas as Laios. Fucking great as well.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very good voice acting all around. And the various side characters are also well done. Honestly, very strong ensemble cast overall.
I will say Kabru and his team sucks.
Well, yeah. They're kind of meant to suck.
They are the worst.
I would argue that is kind of the point of them.
I don't know, but I didn't like them. Certainly did not like them. Yeah, this went for 2 cours. This covered about half the manga, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we are getting a season 2, which is likely to cover the rest of the manga.
Yeah. Because we finished just before they were about to meet the winged lion, if I remember correctly.
Something like that. Well, I remember seeing a lot of foreshadowing for the winged lion at multiple points in the anime, which was really neat. They're setting something up here. Oh, okay, this thing.
Yeah. Shout out to the fight with the red dragon as well. That was one of the best fights of the year.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of good fights in this show, but the red dragon fight was probably the best one.
Yeah. And there was also Chimera Fallon versus everyone, which was
a fucking curb stomp.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it because it fucking murdered Kabru's party for a time. Unfortunately, death is sort of fluid in this show.
I mean, the main storyline would not have been possible if it wasn't at least a little fluid.
Oh, that reminds me of a funny Tumblr post I've been seeing.
Oh boy.
Which is that you'll realize that Marcel didn't even learn her forbidden magic to bring back Fallon. It was that was just a side consequence. Marcel was really just looking for an excuse to use her degree.
That's not inaccurate.
Oh, and Izutsumi. Fucking love Izutsumi. Wonderful.
Izutsumi is a
cat
wonderful gremlin. Yes.
Because she actually acts like a cat. So many of these fucking cat characters make the mistake of not actually acting like cats, whereas Izutsumi is a full-on cat person.
Honestly, the most accurate cat girl in anime, of course, the second most accurate cat girl in anime is not actually even part cat, but she is named after a cat, so it works regardless.
And we've already talked about her.
Yes.
And we'll continue to talk about her.
Yes. Still, excellent show.
Yeah.
Frigger really went all out on the production on this.
Oh yeah, it looks fantastic. It looks absolutely fantastic. The music is great, as we've been saying. The voice acting on the dub, at least, is great. I can't say anything to the sub, but I'm sure it's really good as well.
I mean, they got in the main cast. They got Sayaka Senbangi, Hiroshi Naka, Asuna Tomari, Kentaro Kumagi, and Mitsuho Kanbei for the main party, as well as Sari Hayami to voice Fallon.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the dub sounding good, a lot of there's been Japanese fans who've heard it and have talked about how fucking good it is. So
yes,
that's generally a good sign. That's generally a good sign. But we should move on to another show that has taken off spectacularly, because up next we have Frieren Beyond Journey's End Cour 2.
Just such a good show.
Yeah, it's so good. It's apparently the #1 anime of all time, according to Mal. It's even better than Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
I don't know,
but
but can you trust Mal ratings, though, really?
No, clearly the internet says it, so it must be true.
I don't trust Mal ratings necessarily, but also, this is easily one of the single best anime I have seen in the past 5 years.
Yeah, but is it better than Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood?
I'm not going to make that argument because I don't...
No, it's not. No, the first season of Frieren is not better than the entirety of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Exactly,
which is why Mal is very silly.
This is not a concluded story, for one thing.
It's not, and especially since the second half of season 1 isn't that great, to be honest.
I would argue it's really good. I just don't think it's as good as the first half of the first season, which is like saying it's not a 10 out of 10, just a 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah. I'd somewhere around that for me as well. Yeah, I would say. I mean, don't get me wrong, Frieren's a great show. I like to make fun of it for Mal. I like to make fun of Mal.
It's easier just to make fun of Mal, honestly, because Mal is,
Yeah.
a
Mal is Mal.
fustercluck.
Yeah.
Mal is mockable very easily.
Yeah.
But still, I do like that they managed to do a whole ass tournament arc-esque storyline that actually does, delve into the actual core themes of the show and how it treats magic.
I still sometimes think about that. I forget his name. The one older mage who ran out of mana. So he's like, "All right, let's throw hands."
Denkin, yes. Denkin is great.
Brilliant.
Well done. You managed to run me out of my magic. Drop staff, pulls out the knuckle dusters. Welcome to phase 2.
Exactly.
Yeah. So good.
Yeah, no. The world is good. The characters are great. Magic system's pretty simple but fun.
You don't need a magic system to be complex to be good.
Nah, exactly.
Just as somebody who's watched maybe I think it was some 3 to 5 episodes. I don't remember exactly how many of them I watched. The dub is very good. Fuck anyone who shit on the dub back in winter and fall of last year, fall of 2023. I'm still getting used to it being 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It hasn't been 2 weeks yet. You're fine.
Yeah. I personally am not that huge on the dub. I think it's fine. I think it's good. It's just not a lot of voice choices that I particularly agree with. But
I think the dub is good, but the sub is much better.
Yeah, I definitely like the sub much more, but nothing against the dub at all.
Yeah.
It's rare to see an absolutely bad dub these days. So
Yeah. No.
Unless you go to high dive. Sorry, what?
Okay.
Wow.
It's not all
I was
bad.
fucking fired.
It's not all bad on high dive.
They are for people of different tastes than me, I will say.
Yes. This is still an excellent show, easily one of the best to come out in the past 5 years, in my opinion.
At the very least, in terms of fantasy.
Oh, easily top 5 fantasy of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Honestly, seeing this do fantasy so well makes all the absolutely fucking dross shit fantasy that comes out every season all the more disappointing.
Yeah, it kind of just made all the shovelware isekai just look worse.
Between this and Delicious in Dungeon is
this is what fantasy should be, Japan.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on,
just throwing down the fucking gauntlet on the industry as a whole.
Stop giving me so many. Oh, I was a part of the heroes party and got mocked for my weak skill, and then I left, and turns out I've got the strongest power of all.
Yeah, no.
Like 3 of next season's shows.
At least 3.
We haven't bothered keeping careful track because it's just so fucking common.
I doubt very many of them are gonna survive past the premiere stream.
Unlikely. But yes, let's move on to
something less good.
That is a lot less good.
Something less good.
What do you mean, anime of the year?
Let's move on to High Card Season 2. Oh, God.
I just want to have a very, very careful conversation with whoever actually names this their anime of the year. I just want to talk. That's all.
Okay, I'll talk to you. Spoilers for my awards. I'm kidding, of course, but...
Yeah. It's, how do you say let down in about 25 words?
I mean, I don't want to count this on my fingers, but this show continued the mistakes of Season 1 and compounded upon them.
Somehow.
In the plot that they were setting up for the entirety of Season 1 which was the stuff with I think his name was Barn, right?
Yes.
The mob boss.
I'm the protagonist. Out of context, this screenshot is so funny.
They set that up for the entirety of season 1, and that was, a pretty clear running theme throughout season 2 as well. And then they did nothing with it because the climax to that storyline was Barn taking, playing a multiple card hand. I can't even remember what the fucking term for it is, but playing multiple cards at once.
I don't fucking remember what it's called.
To saying that he was going to change the past to, make things better, to get his plan, complete his plan now, and then nothing happened! Nothing changed! The only thing that changed is he brought his gay lover back to life.
Oh, it's called an X-hand.
X-hand, right, okay. But that's literally the only thing that happened from that entire storyline that took up a huge amount of season 1 and so much more of season 2 than it should have.
Yeah, gay love prevails.
It is fucking insane that was a decision that they made. It did nothing.
Decisions were certainly made at that point.
Oh, God.
I cannot call them good decisions.
And then they had the fucking temerity to kill off young Greg, the best character in the show.
Arguably, yeah.
Yeah.
Young Greg, yeah.
To add in some fucking stupid plotline with the fucking monarchy. That, to be fair, ended in a decent way because it ended with a, fucking abolish the monarchy movement. But still.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And maybe the worst sin of all, we got next to no fucking Norman Kingstat, who, again, was an incredibly fun character in the single episode he was in season 1. And then he appeared
he hardly showed up at all.
Appeared in all of, 2 episodes in season 2.
Yeah, he was great, dude. He was the star of one of the best episodes, to be honest.
Yeah.
And, in stuff that continues to look bad, it took them making a fucking special episode to give a spotlight to their one person of color main character.
Yeah, no, not a great look.
And I'm not even going to get into the fact that I don't even remember his fucking name, but that one, Tilt, that was his fucking name, Tilt.
Yeah, Tilt.
Turned out to be fucking Finn's brother, and there was a whole thing, and it was just shit. It was just shit.
Tilt gave his younger brother a gun for his birthday.
That's right. He gave his younger brother a gun for his birthday.
That's so funny.
That's just so funny.
Oh,
it's like,
God.
Here, Finn, happy birthday.
Oh, that's right. Fucking Tilt was also, masquerading as Apple Link the entire time to spend time with his brother.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, this show is just an incredible disappointment, and the fact that, the camaraderie ship between High Card was a main point of the show when it was never actually, really focused on throughout the entire show is...
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, oh.
But hey, the bonus episode...
The bonus episode where Leo gets turned into a fucking baby for some reason.
It's so fucking absurd as a premise.
And we don't know if he shit his pants on purpose or just because he was a baby.
I'm gonna go with yes.
I'm gonna choose to believe it was on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did it as soon as Finn picked him up, which it's probably on purpose.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, we should move on to our next show, which is a big one. It's appearing a lot earlier in the stream than it has in previous years, I'm fairly sure, because it is One Piece.
Hell yeah.
So just before you get started, I want to share how I picked from the 67 screenshots I was given.
Yeesh.
Basically, I grabbed a pair of D10s and just rolled them.
You know, smart move.
Ah, the D&D method.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, really good stuff this year in One Piece.
Forgot what happened this year in One Piece.
A lot of Egghead, plus the whole whatchamacallit, the start of the Fishman Island remaster and fan letter.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, it's a wide variety of stuff for One Piece, really.
Yeah, which is a little weird because it's usually just the one anime.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just the one, like, maybe 30 chapters of actual material of One Piece.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, there was a lot more than that this year, especially considering like all the shit on Egghead, plus like the side stuff outside of Egghead Island going on, like Law versus Blackbeard, Kid getting bodied by Shanks, the sword raid on Follow Lead, all that stuff happened this year.
Kid can't have actually thought that was a good idea.
I think he had precisely one thought on his mind, and it wasn't actual like reasonable stuff. It was more along the lines of,
Yeah. I mean, Shanks wasn't even gonna fucking get involved until Kid actually, like, threatened the people under his protection.
Which that was a smart move.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of
A lot of bad
decisions.
decisions. A lot of bad
Yes.
decisions went into that from Kid.
Oh yes.
At least Law's crew just stumbled upon Blackbeard, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, Blackbeard just kind of ambushed them, as he is often wont to do.
But it's
Yeah,
not like
things ended well there.
yeah, it's not like the Blackbeard pirates didn't make their own share of mistakes, considering they pissed off Garp.
Yep.
Which, as it turns
Yeah.
out, is not a good idea.
Mm-mm. It is not.
As it turns out, it generally leads to Garp pummeling the shit out of your entire base.
That fucking Galaxy Impact animation, though.
There were two of them.
Yeah. It was, what was it? Galaxy Impact and Galaxy Divide.
Yeah. And then, obviously, Kobe's Honesty Impact.
Which was also great.
Mhm.
But, what was it? There's also just the whole, Garp versus who's on Subfight,
Yep.
which was also really good. Just a lot of good stuff in this season.
Oh, and Rob
Well,
Lucci
this
getting
batch of episodes.
his ass firmly handed to him as he deserves.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
He poked the Luffy bear, and he didn't like what he found out.
He did not. He got absolutely fucking wrecked, and it was amazing to watch.
Yeah.
I awakened my devil fruit, and I'm much stronger than I was before. and then Luffy's over here like, it's over.
Bet.
I mean, it really was a case of I've leveled up so much now. I can easily handle your gear 3 and even your gear 4. Gear 5 now. What? Gear 5.
Oh no! Oh no!
And then yeah, obviously we had fan letter, which I didn't honestly thought was didn't realize it was only 24 minutes. I thought it was longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that long.
Yeah.
Really
Yes,
good, though.
the third best anime of all time, according to Mal.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, it's pretty fucking good.
Mm,
I mean, it is. It's just funny because it's a single episode.
yeah.
Yes.
And then as we said, Fishman Island, you know, reanimated and repaced. Thank God.
Oh yeah.
Maybe the post-time skip stuff will actually be watchable now.
Yeah, let's hope so. I don't know how I watched all the way through Dressrosa.
I don't know either. I don't know how you did it. I haven't done it.
It's kind of insane that you did.
Yeah, I think the One Piece anime kind of just has this magical effect, almost like a Stockholm syndrome, where it's like you keep watching and it's like you're enjoying the overall narrative so much that like its faults aren't as obvious up to a certain point, and then you catch up to the anime, and then you have to start reading the manga, and then you read the manga and you realize, oh wow, the anime was kind of shit, at least at certain points.
Thankfully, I did the manga reading first, and so I was able to go, I guess the anime is kind of shit, isn't it?
Yep.
A little bit, but hey, hopefully that changes soon.
Well, as we've said before, if Toei continues with reanimating and repacing the post-time skip arcs up to basically Wano, because that's where they should stop, while still obviously continuing the story in some shape or form, the current stuff, and then Wit doing the One Piece, which if they do the pre-time skip stuff, then we might actually end up with a fucking, well-animated, well-paced One Piece anime.
Which is pretty wild to contemplate, not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. But, yes, we should probably move on now to... It's another one of the top shows of the year, because it is... Sengoku Youko.
It's wild that this took up about 3/4 of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn. Good ass show, though.
No,
it feels weird talking about it so early, because...
Yeah. The final episode was, what, like 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And, it's one of those things of... the first call was good. It was very good.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly where it ranked in the season for me, but it was definitely a very good series of very good core of anime. And then cores 2 and 3 took over, and yes, there were a few bumps along
Hiccups.
the way. Certainly in that third core for me of the emotional climax of the Void Person fight was with Doran and Jinan, duking it out, and then they went on for another 2.5 episodes.
Yeah.
Which I like the conclusion to that arc, but God, I wish it had come a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
At least the last couple episodes are fucking fire.
Yeah, the stuff with, the end battle with Jinka and the way it resolved, I was really happy with that. The 28-minute fucking finale or whatever it was really good. Really, really good. And that fucking fourth wall break from Senya at the end got me fucking tearing up, that bastard.
Yeah. Honestly, also one of the best overall casts of the year.
No, really, really good cast. I mean, as we've gone, I'm fairly sure at least one of us has nominated one fucking character from Sengoku Youko in seasonal awards.
Yeah, just one.
At least one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I remember back in that first core, I was having so much trouble deciding, what characters from Sengoku Youko to pick for the character awards that I just went, fuck it. That means it's got a good ensemble. It's getting first.
Yeah.
It's getting first for best ensemble because I can't pick. Fuck you.
Also, you have a great screenshot for best ensemble down there.
Yeah, no, it's really good. Not that I... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously I didn't have access to it when we were doing Best Ensemble for Sengoku Youko.
No.
But, if nothing else, God, I'm glad Mizukami got a good adaptation for once.
Yeah, let's hope that persists into Spirit Circle whenever that happens.
Oh, God. I would love a fucking good adaptation of Spirit Circle would be, so great. I mean, this was...
Yes.
this had its moments. You know, the fights weren't amazingly animated for the most part.
Like the one excellent fight from start to finish animation wise was the last one.
Yeah, which is fair enough. You know, it's the one that I would want to be, you know, animated as best, as good as it could be. But it also had a really fucking good eye for still images. Though, you know, if the show did a still image, it looked fucking great.
The music was fantastic as well.
Music was really good. Music was really good. And just, you know, the journey that characters went on was just so superb. So superb.
Oh, yeah. Shouting out the music specifically, I do gotta praise the music that accompanied a lot of the fight sequences or the spectacle sequences, like the final fight between Senya and Jinka or Bansho O Descends, for example.
Yeah.
Or some really good tracks.
Yeah. I will say that there was, again, just slight negative is that it felt like there were things that sort of fell by the wayside. There was a potential plot point with fucking Ashikaga Yoshiteru's soul in a sword that never really came to anything.
Unfortunately.
And I don't know whether this is me reading into it or not, but there felt like there was tension between Tama and Shinsuke in that second part that never really got explored.
Yeah.
Because it always felt like to me Tama was making an excuse to avoid going to the village for whatever reason.
Yes.
And it was just never
really elaborated upon.
Yeah. But
yeah, the ending is still pretty damn good. The final fight is excellent, and overall storyline is very good.
No, it's still an absolutely fantastic show. Absolutely fantastic. Again, what fantasy can be if you actually, you know, move away from the fucking isekai trappings.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we should probably move on to our next show, which is The Witch and the Beast. Oh god, if this had gotten better animation, I think we would be talking about this in the same way that we've been talking about, you know, some of the other fantasy shows that we've had so far.
Honestly, if it had better animation, we'd at least be talking about it the same way we were talking about Sengoku Youko.
Yeah. Because I think, you know, story and setting-wise and character-wise, this was just such a really cool, interesting, and fascinating show. You know, the stuff with, you know, the general concept of these witches. You know, the fact that it felt confident enough to switch main characters for a two-parter was, you know, fucking great. And Fenora is a very interesting character in comparison to Ashaf and Guido. You know, just the general relationship between Ashaf and Guido was really, really interesting throughout.
Yeah.
And, you know,
the supporting cast also really worked to make both of the characters feel more interesting and to kind of expand the world in an interesting way.
I mean, for the most part, it was the supporting cast was, you know, divided by arcs, but, you know, we had Helga, who was introduced in the second half, who was really, really, really interesting, along with her fucking talking sword. You know, we had, as I said, we had Fenora and her fucking undead servant, Johan. Another fucking great one. And then, you know, we had the villains who were mostly just arc villains, but again, you know, had a good impact. And then, obviously, the fucking big bad herself, what was it, Angela Ann Huel, showing up near the end, just to wreck fucking house and move on. Like, that was genuinely one of I'm fairly sure I gave her runner-up for antagonist in Winter.
Maybe.
Because,
it's been a hot minute.
Because of just how much of an impact she had in that one fucking scene and how much presence she had in that one fucking scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just the animation just been a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, it was everybody's favorite punching bag at the moment, Yokohama Animation Lab.
Oh boy.
So honestly, I'm just glad it came out on time. But we will, we'll get to that one later down the line. But yeah, no, Witch and the Beast is a really, really interesting show. It's well worth giving it a try. If nothing else, get the fucking manga, because the art style is great.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, yeah, I got the manga. I can say that. Once again, I'm a filthy source material reader.
What? No.
Oh, that's right. One last thing before we move on. Guido and Asharf look good in literally anything.
Really?
Literally anything.
I hadn't noticed.
That's honestly one of the more disappointing aspects of the show, is that they ended just before they were about to go into Vampire Land, where they had to dress up in fucking period gothic wear.
Damn.
But yeah, no, Witch and the Beast was a really, really good show. Just really wish it had better animation. I really do. But yes, let's move on to our final winter show with The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic.
I forgot to finish this.
Tisk tisk.
I'm only like 4 episodes away, which is funny.
I don't think I ever watched
It's
the final
very good,
episode.
though.
Why not?
I just sort of forgot about it.
Bruh.
My dude, this show was from winter.
Yeah.
Fair enough, I suppose.
It's a good show, to be fair. It's
no,
very good.
For an Isekai, yeah, it's really good.
I mean, I wouldn't even use that qualifier. I still think it's pretty good, even without taking the whole Isekai thing.
Even without that, it is a good show. It is a very good show. It's another one of those Isekai that realizes the best way to do a show like this is to not get stuck in, Isekai or video game trappings.
Yes.
You had those references coming from, in particular, Suzune, because she is just a fucking nerd, but
yes,
it wasn't a part of the world as a whole. And as a result, you didn't have to focus on, having all these video game mechanics around, and actually focused on the fucking characters.
Yep.
We got really good stuff with Usato, his relationship with Suzune. We got great stuff with Rose, and just her general backstory. We got some, really interesting antagonists with the were they just general demons?
Yeah.
Demons, and then the Black Knight, who had a wonderful Cockney accent in the dub, courtesy of Kieran Strange. It's not like the Black Knight, was any less good in the sub, because voiced by Aoyuki.
Aoyuki is excellent in everything. But yeah. Honestly, just really fun show. Cool story, fun characters that bounce off each other really well.
Yeah.
Who are more importantly, overall likable, even the more abrasive ones.
Yeah, no, definitely likable. And just, have good chemistry with each other. That the main isekai trio of Susune, Kazuki, and Usato, really worked well together. Whenever they were in a scene with each other,
Importantly, because they started building that before they even got isekai'd.
Yeah, again, in another show, this combination would have led to Kazuki and Susune being fucking assholes to Usato.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, as you said, even before they got isekai'd, and it was basically, them against the world sort of thing, they were nice to Usato, and they showed themselves off to be decent people.
Yeah, and in circumstances in which they did not feel obligated to be nice to him.
Yeah. They were just walking home together, like... And again, even though, Usato was only accidentally summoned, it wasn't a case of, oh, well, you're here by accident, so, fuck off, we don't want you. It really was a case of, oh god, you've got this do have this quite rare magical power, we've got to help you. Because otherwise you're going to get taken. Oh no, he's already been taken.
Rip.
And yeah, Usato never learns to shut his mouth when it comes to Rose. In the best way possible. I'll give props again for the dub. Alejandro Saab, fucking fantastic performance there.
Yeah, no, Saab is great.
This is a really, really good show. This is one I would definitely recommend.
Honestly, like, one of the easiest isekais to recommend.
But yeah, we should probably move on. Moving seasons now from winter to spring, and the first spring show on the list is... As a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in the world.
This is a good... Speaking of good isekais...
Yeah, just another really, really solid isekai.
Like, yeah, no, like... It manages to do a lot of the isekai stuff well by either just sidestepping the dumb bullshit or just leaning into the more fun tropes,
No game screen bullshit. The most you get is Ars's ability, which even then doesn't come off as like some.
It's his actual special ability and literally the only superhuman ability he has.
Yeah.
And it does make sense that he is, like... It helps make him a lot more likable and less of a blank slate of a character, because it is an ability he has to make do with and adapt to his circumstances, rather than just, like, instantly being overpowered at everything.
To be totally honest, I often forget this even is an isekai, because it doesn't really...
It doesn't lead too hard into it, yeah.
Yeah, it comes up like once in season 2, where Koren is interrogating Ars, and he's like, oh no, did he find out that I'm from another world? And then that's it. Nothing really comes from that.
I mean, like, yeah, no one would have any reason to believe Ars is from another world, because no, I don't think they have concept for that in this setting.
True.
But Ars is still a fun protagonist, and his ensemble cast of supporters is also really fun.
No, they're all fantastic. Reitz especially can both be very funny and very badass.
Yes. It's very funny. That one isekai crossover game that they're putting out soon. Ars is technically a playable character, but because he has no combat prowess, he actually uses Reitz to fight.
Yeah, he just uses Reitz, which is very funny.
to be fair, it's not like we've not had that for anime games before.
No, of course, of course. It's still just very funny.
Yeah, it's just funny because all the others just have just one character right now, and then ours is paired with Reed's.
In fairness, I don't think he could function as a combatant otherwise.
No, absolutely not. But no, just really, really solid show. The politics are genuinely interesting. It's easy to get sucked into it and the whole world situation.
Mm-hmm. I do appreciate that it
characters are-
hasn't like hyper escalated and still keeps the level of low level political struggle right now.
Yeah, not a lot of really quick escalation, really.
That's because we're dealing with...
The aristocrats.
God damn it.
I'm fairly sure I
didn't realize
added
you had that
that
one.
for this show, so it's a good, you know, it's a good bookend.
Yeah. The aristocrats.
Yes.
No, really solid, great characters. Very fun show. It's getting another season, which is a bit surprising, but I'm not gonna complain.
I'm not
at
gonna
all.
complain either.
Hey, good for it if it's getting fucking, what is that, 3 seasons?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, season 2, I'm pretty sure was just meant to be
Yeah.
Cour 2, but they just called it season 2 just because that's what anime is doing
Still,
now,
getting,
but whatever.
you know, at least 3 cours worth of anime is pretty good.
Not common.
That's more
yeah.
than what most isekai get.
Yeah.
And honestly, this one is a lot more deserving than most.
Absolutely. No, really great show. I highly recommend it. One of the best isekai this year.
Huh.
Oh, quite easily.
Studio Mother. That's not one I'm overly familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not familiar with that one.
They don't have the greatest track record in my mind, but hey, good for
Yeah.
them. Good for them nonetheless.
Yeah.
This is the jewel in their crown, so to speak.
Yeah,
Oh, hey, everyone has to start somewhere, right?
yeah.
Yep.
Anyway,
Yes.
let's move on to... Let me just... Where is it? There. Let's move on to... Bartender, Glass of God.
Considerably smaller stakes than like a political struggle over a quarter, like a sizable chunk of a continent.
You gotta make sure you serve the right drink, though, otherwise it's the end of the world.
Oh, exactly.
And
It just looks smaller stakes on the surface.
no, this is another solid show. A lot of good vibes.
Good vibes,
Um,
good character drama.
Yeah, especially the stuff involving Chen specifically.
Yeah,
which-
no, his stuff was really good.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really feel like he kind of just stopped showing up, so it doesn't feel like that ever got a proper conclusion.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
This
still
is,
satisfying enough, but
this is one that I'm quite disappointed about not finding the time for it.
Would have been nice if you could have watched it, but you don't need to feel obligated to.
yeah, it's a good show though.
Yeah.
You get to learn a lot about different drinks and their origin and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What's gone into making them as well. So you
Yeah.
learn something while watching anime.
Yeah, it's very educational, and also definitely doesn't make you want to drink anything at all. No, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, not a whole lot to say about this one. It's just really solid. I
Good
never watched
vibes, yeah.
I never watched the original, but I hear that one. Wait, was it this adaptation that went all over the place, or did the original do that?
Let me just check.
I think it might have been
quickly.
both.
Biggest issue with 2006 Bartender anime is that it cut out all the characterization that you get for Ryu and other characters, more meditative stories on people's problems and how alcohol can help soothe them. 2024 version, way more focused on characterization, cuts out a lot of manga content, rearranged events from the manga, and inserts a lot more anime original elements to further build out the characters, including new characters not in the manga.
So neither are perfect, but it seems
Yeah.
like the second adaptation did a lot more right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, certainly,
Interesting decisions.
Yeah.
apparently, if you watch both of them, you'll get a good idea of what the manga is about, because it's.
Oh, okay.
So if you watch both of them, you'll get a better idea of the general idea of the manga. But yeah,
I might do that at some point because the original is on Crunchyroll. So
Yeah, might be a good idea.
But, you know, if nothing else, the manga is complete as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Ended in 2011, wow. We have been getting a more, you know, older manga getting adaptations, which is, you know, interesting decisions, certainly.
Mhm.
I'm not going to complain about it.
No?
It's nice.
But yeah, let's move on to to a show that we haven't yet discussed because most of us only watched it quite recently. If not all of us watched it quite recently, because it is Girls Band Cry.
Honestly, a pretty damn good show.
Yeah. It still, I would say, it still had
Had some minor pacing issues, I'd say, and some of the cast wasn't as well fleshed out as the others.
yeah,
But
it sort of fell into the sort of typical trap of having 5 main characters in a 13-episode show. There are always going to be characters that fall off the wayside, especially when your main character, Nina, is as big of a mess as she is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be honest, I wasn't that into this show, unfortunately, and a big part of that is just because while I do sympathize with Nina's very unfortunate home and school situation, her emotional immaturity really drags down the show for me. Which sometimes it's understandable, like in the episode where Subaru's trying to get to know her better. It's understandable that she reacts the way that she does, but in other cases it really just feels like, I don't know.
I honestly still overall quite liked the show, but yeah, it did have issues in those regards, and
Yeah.
I think I'm quite a bit warmer on Nina. I do think though that she can be it's very easy for her to rub a viewer the wrong way with how she acts.
She's a very abrasive character.
Mm-hmm.
And to a certain extent, it was refreshing because of her, you know, inability to sort of keep anything bottled up. She was always confronting problems basically as soon as they started. So
Yes.
there weren't that many occasions where we got, you know, misunderstanding plot lines, which I'm just happy about. We get too many of them.
I'll definitely give it that. It avoided that trapping.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I think the climax of the show was really the festival at the end of episode 11. I'm not really sure how much the final 2 episodes really added.
They kind of made the show feel a bit more incomplete than if it capped off in episode 11, in my opinion. I still think this is overall a very good show. I can understand why so many people were talking it up when it was airing, but
I can see why they did it, because those 2 episodes were very much
a dose of reality, you might say.
Not even a dose of reality. They were just I'm trying to think of the words that I can't think of.
I personally thought they were a bit more cynical than they needed to be, but that's just me.
Well, they were designed to push what was really the overall message of the show, which is doing things your own way regardless of what other people think.
Yeah, I can see that. I just felt like they were a little bit more cynical than they quite needed to be.
Yes, they absolutely were, because they had to get to that point of, you know, okay, you know, we can't... They had to get to that sort of choice point of, do we stick to what we've been doing, you know, doing this more, honestly, quite, you know, punk music, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of
switch to a more poppy rock music.
Yeah, switch to a more, you know, consumer-friendly type music, you know, to get popular. And, you know, it's clear they wanted to do it without making what was her fucking name? The talent agent Mira, the bad guy.
I do appreciate that they didn't go out of their way to make her the bad guy, or rather just like make it clear like she's trying her best, but the way things work just make it impossible for things to go perfectly for them.
Yeah. But, as a result, as you said, it came off feeling more cynical than it needed to be. Not helped by the fact that, honestly, I would say there are definitely mistakes made in the writing, and it is mostly that, they tried to... I don't know, it felt like they tried to downplay the dickishness of the people in Nina's life before she moved to Tokyo.
Yeah, actually, I kind of agree with that.
Like they did a reconciliation story with Nina's dad, which I didn't feel was earned.
No, it was not.
That shit really messed her up. Like,
and like I think I outright said it in which is that the issue is that love just isn't enough sometimes. You can love someone and still be incredibly toxic for them or to them, and that is the vibe. That is the vibe that you get from Nina and her dad.
And that's not even getting into the bullshit that her ex-friend, now musical rival, did.
Oh god! Was, again, like they're trying to make it out like Hina isn't a terrible person.
Yeah. No, it was actually the lesson she needed to learn all along. No, that's fucking bullshit.
Like, Nina stood up to bullies, and the narrative is trying to go, well, she was right to do that, but Hina isn't wrong for abandoning her and calling her out for, and saying that it was a terrible idea to do that. Hina's not bad for that. No, definitely not. Like, no, fuck off. No. Fuck
Hina's
right
an
off.
asshole.
Yeah.
Like... You get this kind of thing in, like, more collectivist societies where it's like, don't rock the boat. If you do rock the boat, even if it's for the right reasons, you have to carry the consequences. Like, fuck that noise.
The issue is, this is literally a show where the message is the opposite of that. And yet they were still trying to push it a bit. Like, come on! Commit to your message more!
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Like, the one big thing I will say for this show that puts it above others of its genre is that the music is fucking incredible across the board.
Well, it's not just the music, I would say, it's the performance scenes. I think the performance scenes are probably better than any other music show that I've personally seen.
The only one that really comes close this year, at least, is Jellyfish, and even then, Jellyfish has its issues that we will get into.
I would argue that there's just so much more energy because they committed fully to the 3D.
Yes.
There's so much energy in the Girls Band Cry performance scenes. It is honestly insane. I felt like I was watching actual concerts when I was watching them, sort of thing. That's how good they were to me. Also, speaking of the problems, or going on a similar note to the problems that Jellyfish had, we had a love confession at the end of episode 8 that never went anywhere.
Yeah. Literally, I mean, at least it's an actual confession.
Yeah, it's probably for the best that it didn't go anywhere.
I mean, probably, but literally, she confessed. She said, I'm confessing my love, and then nothing happened. Nothing happened with it. It didn't get addressed once after that.
Yeah, which is like, okay. Getting shades of Jellyfish there, actually, now that I think about that one. I mean, we all know this scene.
It vocalizes it more than Jellyfish did, but, like...
I mean, I guess,
that's
but
like,
But he did nothing with it.
Yeah, again, like, better by only a hair.
I mean, we've said that characters fell by the wayside. Rupert didn't get an episode at all, which, to be fair, I felt was sort of fitting. Her issues didn't seem like... seemed like the most, adult of the entire cast, the most put together of the cast, so it made sense.
She wasn't an alcoholic.
So it made sense that her issues didn't really, affect the characters in any way. She was able to, deal with them personally. Subaru's was one that sort of fell by the wayside. They had that whole thing of, should I tell my grandma, should I not tell my grandma? And then they just sort of hand-waved it in episode 11. Oh yeah, I told my grandma over text, she's fine with it, it's cool.
Yeah, no.
That's.
I wish they had spent more time on it.
That's kind of crazy.
And
I do like the dynamic the two leads have, and I do like the overall ensemble dynamic. But yeah, there's
no, there's a
the
lot.
storytelling left some stuff to be desired.
There's a lot to like about the show, but there are just some big issues with it that do bring it down a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Like I do agree with what you said. The performance scenes are definitely like among the best part of the show. And connected to that, I think the animation overall is mostly very solid.
The animation is good.
Honestly, it's probably the best looking 3D thing I've seen outside of Studio Orange.
Yeah, outside of Studio Orange, yeah, I pretty much agree. In terms of anime, at least.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there. There's something about it that I can't. Something that's kind of off about it that I can't quite put my finger on.
They do occasionally animate like less important characters in 2D.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean, that's just trappings of a CG anime.
Yeah. It did it better than XR, that's for sure.
It did it better. It did it better than most anime, to be honest.
The lowest of low bars.
I was being deliberately exaggerative.
I know, but like.
Yeah, I mean, it did it better than most shows that tend to do that. So, no, overall, the show is very good looking. Yeah, if this does get a continuation or whatever, I look forward to actually seeing how it improves visually.
Yes. Yeah. Honestly, like, seeing a continuation might address a lot of the issues I had with this. Because, like...
Or even just another animation by this team at Toei.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. I mean,
honestly, Toei's done a lot of good stuff with, like, their side teams.
No, fair play for Toei, to Toei for, taking, a chance like this. CG anime, original story. It's...
My one gripe with Toei on this is, why the fuck did you not release this as it was airing?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like, just put it on freaking Crunchyroll next time.
Unfortunately, they were a little bit old-fashioned in that respect, yeah.
License this properly, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. The last things I'll say is I loved the fucking emphasis on flipping the bird throughout the entire show.
Yeah, that was so funny.
Even if it was just through the workaround that Nina came up with the pinkies.
The pinky thing, it's cute, but it's also pretty lame.
I mean, I liked it, but at the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a cute little thing, though.
Yeah, it's very Nina, so...
And the last thing I'll say is I love the fucking gag that they did with the fucking sound text at the end. I'm fairly sure it was the exact same character model, just different clothes and hair. And they went so far as to have the same fucking voice actor for all 4 characters.
And they all had very similar names.
Yeah.
It's like, one of the girls is like, oh yeah, it's this guy. It's actually this guy.
Yeah, no, I liked that gag. It's a simple but funny one.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah. But yes,
I wouldn't call this like a top 10 show of the year, but it's a pretty good show regardless.
I haven't put it on my rankings because I did literally finish it today. I would probably put it...
I'd put it somewhere in my top 20 pretty easily.
I would probably put it late top 20, maybe a little bit outside. Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
The music really carried the show quite a bit for me, because I do love music.
No,
the opening is still stuck in my head.
Yeah, no,
the opening is fucking excellent.
I'll probably be getting the songs at some point, like putting them in my playlist, but yes. But yes, let's move on from one music show with issues to another, because we have Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night.
It's very funny how these shows basically drop the same season, similar themes, ensemble cast of a girl group, and
make very similar issues, to be honest.
Yeah.
I honestly have them right next to each other in my ranking.
Make very similar issues in the, ensemble cast, I think it was May in Jellyfish that sort of fell by the wayside in terms of character stuff. It had potentially queer characters that never went anywhere. The only officially queer character was Kiwi, who is gloriously non-binary.
Yes.
And then has the same fucking issue of pushing a family reconciliation story that didn't feel deserved.
Honestly, this even more so.
Like, oh god, it's honestly insane that they did that in the same fucking season.
Yeah, and they're both originals.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I was watching these two side by side, I would have made a lot more comparisons throughout the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wacky.
The coincidence is hilarious,
Mhm.
and also, yeah, it's just very funny.
Also, there's also the thing with the dad that just was never like.
Yeah, the dad Kano's dad seemed shady on the couple of occasions that we saw him, and he just wasn't brought up otherwise.
Yeah, we saw him like what, twice, and one time was in the opening. It's so weird. It's like, why'd you not do anything with that?
This feels like an example of like an original that got a little bit more ambitious than it could have handled.
No, it should have been 2-core. It should have been 2-core.
Yeah,
but originals are almost never going to be able to get 2 cores worth of episodes. Cause,
not anymore, no.
Because studios know they're taking a chance on it.
Yeah. Well, that's why they lean with the more established properties, because like those are reliable. But yeah, still,
I'm trying to think. Sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to think about the most recent anime original that got like multiple seasons, and I keep going back to Symphogear.
Symphogear is probably the longest running original they've had for a while.
Yeah.
5 cores worth of content across 5 seasons.
Yeah. As long as you're not counting something like Uma Musume, but that's cheating because that's like a whole media
It's
franchise.
a game adaptation / multimedia project, so it's kind of a borderline.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing with Symphogear, though, is it's so easily marketable between, the mech side of things and the fucking idol girl side of things.
Yeah, the music helps sell a lot of it.
Yeah.
But back to Jellyfish. This, obviously was not bad. This is still probably one of the best shows of spring. It was just so disappointing in what it did leave by the wayside.
It's one of those things that's like, it was very good, but it could have been amazing.
Yeah. No,
it was so close.
This genuinely could have been an anime of the year contender for me, and instead it's not even in the top 10.
In the top 20 instead.
Yeah. It's not even in the top 10 for me.
It might be. I haven't made a top 10. It might be like at the bottom of mine, maybe.
Yeah.
I literally just finished putting together my full ass ranking like less than 20 minutes before the stream started. So
yeah.
Wow, I had mine done well in advance of you.
Yeah.
I watched over 120 shows this.
Yeah, because
year.
you're insane.
You are insane.
But that's besides the point. I am counting sequels and carryovers.
Yeah. Just what the show does do right just resonated a lot with me personally.
No, absolutely.
But,
that's the thing. I love the main quartet. I think they are actually really, really good. They bounce off of each other really well. I love Kano and Mahiru's relationship. That is why I'm so disappointed that they really did nothing with it, especially in that second half. Especially in that second half where they separated them and barely had them interact for the rest of the show from like episode 9 onwards.
Yeah, no.
And
that was a mistake.
What felt all
that
the
was
more
like the fatal mistake of the show.
Yeah, and what felt all the more disappointing is it was just so obvious that it was going to happen. Like, the minute I started episode 9, I was just basically going, yeah, this is going to be the drama episode. This is where the fucking run-up to the finale is going to happen. I know what's going to happen, and I'm not going to like it. Oh, look at that. They have a fight, and they, go their separate ways. Great.
Mm-hmm.
And then, again, made worse by the fact that the show did not commit to Kano's mum being, an antagonist figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It tried to have its cake and eat it too with her, and it did not work.
No, it really didn't.
But we shouldn't linger too much on this because I'm pretty sure we've been at for this, like 7 minutes or so.
Not 7 minutes, just a little over 5, but yes.
Just one thing I do want to mention before we go anywhere else, something that is just kind of amusing is that the official Jelly account still tweets and stuff.
Oh,
so,
cool. Good for it.
I hope to God we get a sequel to this. That would be so good.
Unlikely, but you know what? I mean, hey, that account's still active, so...
That is a clearer sign than most anime get.
Yeah.
If we are being honest.
Hey, maybe if Dogakobo gets bored one season, they'll do it.
Dogakobo does some pretty good work, honestly, when they're not adapting garbage.
Yeah, when they're not adapting weird shit.
Yeah, that's what I said, when they're not adapting garbage.
Yeah.
But we should move on to something that is much more unequivocally good.
Let's move on to Kaiju number 8.
I fucking love this show. Just a really well executed shonen action rom.
Yeah, no, this is I wouldn't say as traditional a shonen as you can get, because there's definitely points where they, tried to innovate. As I think I said during the spring stream, certainly now the more, the 30-plus-year-old main character is more ubiquitous in the industry, but certainly when the manga started, I don't think it was as much.
Honestly, I think the only thing like contemporary or before it that had a protagonist of similar age was Spy Family.
I think there was...
At least in the Shonen Jump umbrella.
Yeah, certainly in the Shonen Jump umbrella. I think there was probably more out there, but certainly nothing, certainly nothing as big as Kaiju number 8 became.
Yeah.
Kafka is a really, really good protagonist. He really carries the show. Not on his own, obviously, because this is another show with an absolutely fantastic ensemble.
The characters bounce off each other in really fun ways. I do think the anime does a nice job of highlighting like little quirks of the minor supporting characters to help make them feel a little bit more lifelike than the manga did, which is really good.
Yeah. Well, yes, if I remember correctly, they did sort of emphasize that more than was in the manga. The camaraderie ship between the team members.
Mm-hmm.
Which, as you said, is absolutely a welcome addition to the show. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't hurt that the action was fucking excellent throughout.
No, action was really good. Production IG did a really good job on this one.
Yeah.
Music did a great job of complementing the action as well. I was honestly surprised when I first heard that the OP and the ED were done by Western performers.
Yeah.
Because it does not happen often.
Speaking of the
still
ED,
weird.
Speaking of the fucking ED, I can't believe this, but the version of Nobody that plays in the ED, Nobody by One Republic, that did Shooting Stars, is not the same version as the officially released one. There's changes in the lyrics.
Are they?
Yes. Yeah. You want to know how I found out? Because when I was putting together, when I was deciding my rankings for EDs, Kaiju number 8 was one of the best ED.
Oh, best ED, right?
Yeah. Because it is one of the best out there. I think it was, what was it?
Easy top 5 of the year.
Yeah, it was runner up for me. And, I listened to it, and I've listened to the song a lot now, and I can basically fucking sing the entire thing by memory. And I tried to start singing along, and got it fucking wrong. Badly wrong. And I'm just sat there just like, what? I know this song.
Yeah.
I guess it's because I listened to it in full for the first time the other day.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard the version from the anime in a while, so
yeah,
I guess I didn't really notice.
It was the same for me, apparently. But yeah, that was just a shock to me.
It's wild to contemplate.
Anyway, but yes, this is obviously just the first part of a much larger story. which, you know, did show there are plot hints for, what was it, Kaiju number 9 to show up later on.
Yes, number 9.
Though obviously we did get, you know, we got a good fight with Kaiju number 10 with Hoshina and then Kafka. And then obviously the stuff with Daddy Shinomiya.
Yep, real piece of work, that one.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. And he's got a Kaiju weapon of his own, Kaiju number 2.
I think it was... Was it number 2 or number 6?
I think it was number 2. I think it was number 2. Number 2 feels more right than 6.
Yeah, I know number 1 was also mentioned to be with one of the captains, but that won't be relevant until season 2.
Yeah, Narumi, I think it is.
Narumi, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, a good show, really good action, really good, comedy, really good grasp of its characters, and creating the relationships between them. So, I do not have much negative to say about the show.
Yeah, it's just a really solid adaptation.
Yeah.
Definitely there was a bit of hullabaloo because of the character designs, which I'm kind of here or there on, because I think they definitely animated better than just doing straight the designs from the manga. But I think it works out pretty well. But sometimes they do look a little bit off.
Yeah.
But that's kind of just the worst thing I can really say about the show. Otherwise, it's a fantastic adaptation.
And if that's the worst thing you can say about a show, then that's pretty light on the criticism front.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially compared to the last 2 we talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to the next season.
Yeah, no, definitely. But we should probably move on to it's definitely a big Shonen Jump adaptation, because it is My Hero Academia Season 7.
Damn crazy stuff happens.
Yeah, a lot happens.
I will say, a lot of the stuff in the back third of the season was a lot stronger than stuff in the middle third.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Okay, so yeah, we did meet Star and Stripe, and we also said goodbye to Star and Stripe.
Yep.
So,
and then basically the entire rest of the season was the first 2/3, I think, of the final war arc.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I do like the setup to the start of that the arc, and I do like the stages we got at the end of the season. But a lot of the early to early middle stages were a bit wonky. Yeah, I think around the point where Bakugo dies not dies is right where things start getting good.
Even though I take issue with that specific part, but
yeah, I mean, that episode is fucking incredibly animated.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do also dislike the fake outs to the defeats of Dobby and All for One.
Yeah,
because those are annoying.
Yeah, I mean, All for One, fine. He's kind of sort of the final boss. Dobby, no, come on.
Yeah. Dobby is, he did not need to get up again.
Yeah.
He should have just stayed fucking down. But we did get that nice culmination with the whole Todoroki family confronting him, so that was nice. But yeah.
Yeah, the Todoroki family's storyline he's far and away my favorite part of the whole manga. So
yeah, it's honestly one of the best subplots in the series. But what was it? I do also fucking love Izuku's Big Damn Heroes entrance.
Oh, that scene is so good. Oh, I love that scene.
Yeah, the entrance plus the whole him fighting against Shig for one is really fucking good. What the gear shift and Yusei Run blaring.
Yeah, the music overall has been really good in this season as well.
Yeah.
All together, it's like this is the best put together MHA has been for a while.
Yeah, it's definitely a good step up from seasons 5 and 6.
Absolutely. Something else I feel worth mentioning is so All For One, he did his bullshit and caused himself to become younger. I find it very funny that he goes from Akio Otsuka to Hiroshi Kamiya.
Yes, that is very funny.
It's very funny because they sound very different, but they do have a very similar way of speaking. It's just kind of a weird jump when you actually see it happen. It's like a Hiroshi Kamiya jump scare.
Speaking of that, though, it is also pretty wild that the voice actor for Shiggy also manages to pull off the cadence and the speech mannerisms of All For One as well.
Yes, he is so good. Oh,
That's because Koki Uchiyama is a fucking gem.
Yes,
Koki Uchiyama is fantastic. Yes,
he absolutely kills it. All the voice performances across the board have been incredibly good. But
also,
that's not new to this show.
All Might's big Iron Might is fucking incredible as well.
And the way he imitates the moves of Class 1A, that's so cool.
It's so good.
It's so cool.
Yeah. But yes, we've already gushed about that whole bit at length when we were doing the wrap up for the season, so we should probably move on because we are already running pretty long on this season.
Oh yeah. It's great. Can't wait for the final part.
Yep.
And also Vigilantes, which is finally getting a
Hell yes.
Yeah, no, looking forward to Vigilantes. Let's move on then to that time I got reincarnated. Sorry.
Bless you.
At that time I got reincarnated as a slime season 3. I could feel that fucking coming, and I was just like, please hold out until I finish this name. Nope, it's coming.
Yep. Yes, the meeting arc, followed by the festival arc.
Yeah.
Honestly, really fun stuff.
Look, I liked the stuff with Hinata. You know, this is a fight. Even if they didn't, fight to a full conclusion, this is a fight I've been waiting for a while. Certainly since we last got it in, what was it, season 2?
Yeah. Beginning of season 2 is when we got the first round, and then this is the rematch.
And, this felt like a much more enjoyable rematch because Rimuru wasn't, handicapped in any way.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that fight. Shion actually managed to not be insufferable for a portion. And, fucking, what was it? Diablo crushed some old fucks into dust.
That was fun.
That was cool. Seeing Diablo do anything is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's fun.
No, Diablo's whole bit there was hilarious because he was just so confident the entire time, going, yeah, do your thing, and then I'll, do your thing so I can finally beat you, for God's sake. There's no point in, sparring with you verbally because you're not smart enough to do it. So
Yeah.
Come on, let's pick up the pace here. Let's pick up the pace. And then we had the other old fucks quite literally meet God. Which is always amusing. And then we had the festival, which was pretty fun. Got to see plenty of characters we haven't seen for a bit.
Yep.
And, the whole thing with, I can't remember what his name is, but the hero.
Oh yeah, Masayuki. He's great.
Masayuki. I mean, it would have been shit if he'd actually bought into his own hype, but the fact is that he's like, please stop this. Please. I don't know how I've done any of this. Please, just stop revering me.
Please stop worshiping me. Oh God, please stop.
And the fact that Rimuru's just there watching in the stands, just going, I really don't get it. What? Why is everyone worshipping him like this?
Yeah, his special skill is really neat, and it is hilarious that it is completely out of his fucking control.
Yeah, and then when they finally do meet, Masayuki just signs himself over to Rimuru instantly.
Please fucking take responsibility for my bullshit. Please, for the love of God.
Look, you have all this Japanese food that I've been missing so much. I will die for you. Let's not go that far.
I do love the bit at the festival where all the isekai people are like, yes, finally some good Japanese food.
I mean, like, all of the non-isekai folk were really, like, fucking, skeptical and squeamish about, I think it was the sushi in particular, and then Hinata just strode over, started eating, and that was it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's not much in terms of overall plot movement. Obviously, we got sort of the conclusion to the sort of luminous stuff, and we got a few more, we got a little bit with the merchants, but that was more of a side thing to the festival as a whole. And hey, Veldora has a, Veldora
has a job now.
Veldora has a job, and fucking fairy girl, I can't remember her name off the top of my head.
Was it
Ramaris?
Ramaris.
That's...
Ramaris has a house now.
Yes. Also,
God.
I fucking love Veldora trying to run a quote-unquote discreet yakisoba stall.
I don't think Veldora actually knows what the meaning of the word discreet is.
Oh, absolutely not.
But yeah, no, Slime Season 3 was good. Enjoyable. Maybe not quite to the level of Season 2, but still an enjoyable old time.
I think we have another movie coming.
I think so. I'm pretty sure we do have Season 4 in the pipeline as well.
Yeah, we have it.
I
think we have a new season and a movie. Yeah, we definitely have at least that.
But yeah, no, definitely looking forward to it. Because this, I continue to enjoy the characters a lot, so.
Yep.
But yes,
probably should move on.
Yeah, let's move on to Tonari no Yokai-san. Well, this was
a very nice, pleasant show.
Up until the fucking apocalypse came.
Yes.
This is a show that came out of the fucking blue. Like, this is a show that I thought, yeah, I'll like this. This is going to be a cute little show, but it'll probably be, sort of middle of my rankings. Not spectacular, but not bad. And
emotional devastation.
Jesus fucking Christ. It obviously had the stuff with, the emotional stuff with Jiro and Musume and their relationship. The whole situation with Mutsume's dad. Jesus Christ. And then, yeah, the fucking apocalypse came, and Best Boy Buccio, fucking dissolved into dust and left me sobbing.
Yeah, the whole Thanosing thing was very traumatic, thank you very much.
Yeah. Like, genuinely, I was really, really upset watching that final episode. And then they made me laugh within 2 seconds of it, because they had that fucking screenshot of the kids just like, huh? You're here? What?
Yeah, the whole Spider-Man meme. Yeah, that was great.
Like... Oh, God. This... And what obviously helps is this was basically a full adaptation of the manga. Certainly they adapted the ending to the manga. They skipped a lot of stuff, but, obviously they got a story going there and, saw it through, which is more than I can say for a lot of other series that are already finished. Acro Trip.
Do we have Acro Trip on the docket? I forget.
No.
Okay, good.
Why would we talk more about that?
We already talked quite a bit, yes. But yes, still, this is a very good show. I would definitely recommend this for anyone who's willing to be put through the emotional ringer for some cute stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anything else you want to mention before we move on?
I mean, we had quite a sci-fi plot line in the middle that was really interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting.
But yeah, I don't think there's too much else to say. It's it's a really good show, very character driven, and so the characters are really good. Certainly, I think I gave it. I think it was runner-up for best ensemble. So, and a weird gay romance between a man and his car.
Honestly, still not the weirdest romance I've seen in an anime.
Not the weirdest romance in an anime this year, because we had the tree romance in Mr. Villain's Day Off.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
Which,
yes,
that was certainly a weird one. But yes,
we should have talked about that one a little bit, but we already had a pretty full stacked catalog as it was.
It was a nice show, but there wasn't a huge amount to say about it in terms of actual, the story.
Just fluff.
It was very good fluff, but it was fluff.
Yes. Regardless, we should probably move on.
Yes, let's move on to Train to the End of the World.
Gaton, 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 gaton. Yeah, this one is I very much enjoyed this one.
Yeah, it's a solid little original.
And delightfully weird too.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Hey, just because it's weird doesn't mean it's not fun.
No, it's of course, but
Yeah. Now I get where you're coming from.
yeah.
Yeah, I still very much loved this show. Just because, it wasn't my favorite of the season, it was still a very fun original that did a lot of interesting things and had some fun characters.
Yeah.
And that's really all an original needs to be, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatchamacallit? Not much to say, honestly, beyond what we said in the spring streams, because we talked about it quite a bit there, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's mostly just good fun. Good characters, good character writing, and it's I really like the conclusion as well. And also the fact that the apocalypse was caused just by a bunch of
Tech bro dipshits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they screwed up the world.
Are you remotely surprised?
No. Also, the one asshole that basically led the whole thing? What did he turn into? I think it was like pudding or something like that.
Either pudding or a fish. I don't remember.
Yeah, something like that.
Did they at least take that train to the end of the world?
Basically,
Kinda?
yeah. Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's move on to the show I know that you're champing at the bit to talk about.
Yes. Well, it's not a show. It is a movie. And it is Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era.
So Uma Musume finally makes its cinematic debut, and it's a hell of a debut. We unfortunately did not get this released officially in the West yet, so I had to use other means to actually watch it. Luckily, there are some very dedicated translators out there that did what needed to be done. But yeah, this is a spectacular movie by, of course, Cygames Pictures, and about our lead horse girl, Jungle Pocket, and her desire to become the strongest, and her struggles to even get that far when she... after seeing Agnes Tachyon race, she the other lead in this movie, she promises her that she will become the strongest, and Agnes Tachyon is like hot shit right now. Like everyone loves her, everyone roots for her. So Jungle Pocket declares her direct rival. But after facing two extraordinary defeats, Agnes Tachyon suddenly decides that she's going to retire, and which kind of throws a wrench into Jungle Pocket's whole plan, because she can't be the strongest if she's not able to overcome the person she originally thought to be the strongest. And a lot of the movie is about her overcoming that. Her basically her insecurities about ever being able to surpass that one person, and her belief that she was never going to be able to catch up to her. And the way it's actually portrayed in this movie is very, very good. It's overall really well directed, gorgeously animated. And Tachyon herself even has her own little arc where she originally was more interested in watching others reach the limits of Uma Musume, see what the limits of what they are capable of, but it's about her realizing that she would rather surpass those limits herself than watch on the sidelines. It's overall a really great story in the franchise, very fitting for what's come before, and it's really, really good. I don't have a lot else to say about it. My only real issue is that some of the other side characters are kind of just left on the sidelines. That's because Jungle Pocket gets most of the main focus. But yeah,
You're saying the side characters are on the side where they deserve to be.
okay. They're still great, and the whole cast is really good, and it's just a really good movie. I absolutely love it, and I'm really looking forward to what's next in the franchise, because next is an adaptation of the Cinderella Grey manga, which is something else I really love, and it's by Cygames Pictures as well. So really, really looking forward to that.
All right, should probably move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on then to the mess that is Whisper Me a Love Song.
On the opposite end of the spectrum of
Probably the most disappointing adaptation last year rather.
unfortunate.
No. What's doubly unfortunate is that it's still really good stuff that's getting adapted. It's just getting very poorly adapted and or rushed through.
Yeah.
Because the characters are charming, the music's good, and
Some of the characters are charming.
Yeah, some of the characters. In fact, I'd argue most of the characters.
Most of the characters are charming. And then there's Shiho.
I like the whole cast. I do not understand your very hateful boner for the character, but
Because she's
I
an
will
asshole.
respect the fact that you decide to have a hate boner.
I can't help the fact that she's an asshole.
Yes, but I understand why she's an asshole.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle. So,
I understand why
yeah.
she's an asshole. I just don't think it's a very good reason.
She's a fucking teenager. Of course it's not a good reason. But yes, I am very sad about the
Quality of the
about
adaptation.
how yeah.
What were the studios on this again?
Cloud Hearts in Yokohama.
Good old Yokohama.
Yeah, good old Yokohama. My understanding of the situation was that one studio kind of just abandoned the other.
Well, Cloud Hearts basically disintegrated, so
Yeah.
I don't remember what I think Yokohama is still going and has an upcoming anime, but I do not have any faith that it will be particularly good. Considering.
Yes. Kijin Gen Tosho, Sword of the Demon Hunter. Which sounds like it's going to be an action anime, which, oh boy!
Oh boy. Oh no.
I'm not gonna say it's definitely gonna be a train wreck, but
It's not
Yeah,
gonna.
action anime art.
Look,
action anime aren't really Yokohama's specialty.
We talked about an action, sort of a more action-based anime that Yokohama did, and our words on it were animation real bad.
Yep. But yeah, I still think the main romance in Whisper Me a Love Song is very cute and very sweet.
No, that's
I just
the thing.
wish there was more focus on it.
Exactly. The romance between Yori and Himari is really, really good. They get together in, what was it, like episode 6, episode 7, and then they barely focus on the fucking romance.
Yeah, no, they cut out all fluff for focus on the Aki Shiho storyline, and as much as I think the dynamic between those two is interesting, I do wish it had instead just focused on the relationship between Yori and Himari, because that would have been, in my opinion, a better way to focus the story.
Yeah.
Or at least the adaptation, as it were.
But the music was good throughout the show. I'll give it that.
Yeah, the music's great.
Yeah. I do like the songs. I do like the voice acting as well.
Yeah.
Those are probably the two best things that came out of the anime, for sure. But yeah, we already discussed at length what the issues with the adaptation are.
Yeah.
So we won't belabor that point. But we should move on to a much better adaptation.
Yes, because we move on to Windbreaker. Oh, if the show had only gotten a more conclusive conclusion.
This was still an easy, like, top 10 contender of the year, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we are getting more, so...
I know we're getting more, and it is still a really good show, but Jesus Christ, they just ended in the middle of an arc.
Yeah, it's really weird where they ended it, I will say.
They should have ended, like, an episode or two earlier.
Yeah.
Like, this is not me saying, oh, the conclusion that we got, it... this is not me saying, for example, the Moriarty, the Patriot conclusion for the first Cour wasn't conclusive enough. This is me saying they literally ended in the middle of an arc.
Yeah, no.
If they just ended at the end of an arc, I would have been fine.
Or even, like, the lead up to the beginning of a new arc. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, this had 13
like
episodes. This had 13 episodes. It probably should have been 12 if I remember what happened in episode 12 correctly.
Yeah.
I feel like that
episode
probably
11
would
or
have been
12 would
better.
have been a better conclusion for the arc. It is what it is, though.
Yeah,
And
it is what it is.
the-
It's still a really good show.
Yeah.
This is another show with a fucking fantastic cast.
Bounce off each other really well. The animation is fire.
The music's really good.
Yeah,
Yep.
music's really good. I watched this one dubbed. The dub was really good.
And the fight sequences are awesome.
Yeah, no, the fight sequences. I mean, basically the middle of the show is just one-on-one fights, one after another.
And it works.
Yeah, no, it works. They're all, really fucking good. Even if Sugishita's were quite short, or his fight was quite short, but we got a suo demonstration that was fucking great. And we had dedicated fights for Hiragi, Sakura, and Umemiya.
Yep. All of which were very good.
Yes.
So I do think the best one was, of course, Sakura's fight.
Yep. Which, of course, he is the protag.
But, the Shishitoren arc was really good, and then we got introduced to a couple of, I say new characters that obviously been in the show from the beginning, but only just gotten focus with, who was it? Wrestler Dude, Sugiyura, and Kiryu, I think was his name. And
Something
then,
like that, yeah.
And then second year Kaji.
Yeah.
Because yes,
It's been...
the arc was about them having to basically pick a class president and everyone putting Sakura forward and him being shocked about that because he's a feral cat.
Yes. Was a very funny bit when he was like just absolutely baffled by that.
Yeah. I mean, he's baffled by a lot of these characters being nice to him, which is great. He is not used to having friends, especially, we got a bit where, they were all texting the group chat and he can't keep up because he's not used to typing so quickly.
Yep.
It's just a really funny little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's not a huge amount more to say about the show. This was, a pretty stereotypical but just really well done, delinquent shonen anime.
Yeah, one of those that like doesn't really do anything revolutionary, but everything it executes on is just executed really well.
Yeah. Just fucking superbly. So, I can't give it more props than that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we should move on to another show that
I'm gonna say
we
now.
have a lot to talk
I'm probably gonna let this one go past 5 minutes. But we move.
I think that's for the best.
We move on to Yatagarasu. The Raven does not choose its master. Holy fucking shit! I love this show. I'm so glad.
It is really fucking good.
Yeah, I can see why. This show is really damn good.
Yeah. I only have a couple of minor quibbles about it, but it is overall one of the best shows of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are your quibbles?
I think I wish there was a better, more firm resolution to Komei's character story, and I do think the the ultimate villain of the second arc being another scheming, manipulative woman did feel a bit repetitive.
That's sorry. That is fair.
I know it was a different kind of approach to that character archetype, but I do still stand by that complaint.
I mean, I would also argue that we did have the Saru as a antagonist in that arc that helps sort of mix things up. Who voiced by Ryusei Nakao. So.
Oh yeah, no, good voice acting there.
Oh yeah. He was really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the second arc was slightly weaker overall, just because it had, if nothing else, it had less time. 13 episodes compared to 7, and this is very much, this very much felt like the start to a bigger arc rather than an arc in of itself. Obviously, we do end with Yukiya going to the academy to properly train to help the prince. Which, God, I need more just to see that.
Yeah.
But honestly, that those first 13 episodes might be some of the best episodes. Certainly, some of the best episodes I've seen all year.
Oh yeah, no.
If not,
the whole reveal
overall.
around the whole reveal around Asebi and just like the scale of her manipulations and just like how thoroughly she managed to keep her hands clean is just fucking jaw-dropping.
I mean, that's
one thing I will say. You can keep going. Sorry.
I mean, obviously I was watching this as it was coming out, and this was back when Crunchyroll still had comments. But, there are a lot of people in the comments going, Asebi seems kind of sketchy, but maybe I'm being a bit paranoid. I don't know. There was...
Sus.
Even going into, episode 12, you are still left wondering, there hasn't been any real confirmation about whether Asebi is sketchy or not. Maybe she is just that innocent. And then the prince just lays out everything she did, and it's so much. It's so much, and so much of it is fucked up that you suddenly look at everything that he's talking about again in a new light, and you go, holy shit, she actually did that. And, obviously it's there because we were thinking, she's pretty sketchy. But yeah, I just think it's so well done, and it's, that is such good mystery writing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When you're able to go, I'm thinking back to these events, and yeah, Jesus Christ, this was, this was, laid in place. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I was just in fucking awe during episode, I think it was episode 12 and 13. I really was.
Yeah. One minor issue I do have with the show, and it's not really a fault of the show itself. They didn't change any of the visuals in the opening.
Yeah, no, that was a little sad that they didn't change the OP or ED.
They changed the ED a little bit. They changed some of the visuals there.
Fair enough.
Not much, but
OP that bothers me.
Yeah.
Yes. I am inclined to agree on that.
Apart from that, the show's fantastic.
Yeah, but
It's
yeah,
amazing.
I mean, I just, in terms of the politics, I thought it was really well done. The twists and turns that we took with Natsuka turning out to be the prince, basically the prince's biggest supporter.
The
was
evil
a
brother
good
turns
bait
out to
and
just
switch.
be the most chill brother.
Yeah.
That was a very well done bait and switch.
But I also love how the show does actually show, no, Natsuka wouldn't actually be a good choice. He's not flexible enough in his thought. For example, when he went into the underground, he got that entirely wrong. It was Yukiya who saved that situation. Which shows...
Also, just Rokon as a character in general.
Yeah,
Rokon was very fun.
Rokon is great. I love him.
Can't imagine why.
No, he's a great character.
He did give me a lot of Iskandar vibes. Just gotta say that.
Yeah,
he does look a lot like.
Look, I know I'm a Resident Fate chill, but still.
No, I can see it.
But overall, this was a really well written show. The characters were so interesting. The animation was never, spectacular, but it was good enough for what it needed to be. And the reveal at the end that this is set in modern day Japan.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking crazy.
Like, Jesus. And the fact that barrier is coming down. At some point, that barrier is going to fall, and there is going to be a whole mess happening there.
We need more of the novels adapted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty rad.
I would kill for an adaptation of the novels. I really would, because this is...
Or a translation of the novels, you mean?
Translation, yeah. I mean, I'd kill for a season 2.
Because there's 10 main novels, and the anime only adapts 3.
Yeah.
I mean,
good pacing though.
Yeah.
Good pacing.
Yeah.
What's really interesting is that the first arc is an adaptation of the first 2 novels. The first novel is just the fucking women's side of things. Is just
that must be wild to read.
yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
you don't get any of the Prince stuff. So all it is just them. And obviously you're reading it and you're going, Sebius sus. And then the end is when the Prince shows up to say, I'm gonna pick a wife here. And then the second novel is, the Prince and Yukiya stuff. And yeah.
Wow, that's
That
crazy.
is a pretty crazy way to structure it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
And so, I would love to read it that way because I think that'd be so fucking interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I have nothing but good things to say about that. Yes, it's got some issues here and there, but I think overall the writing is just so strong. I think it's probably, in terms of the writing, I think it's the best written thing all season. I'd struggle to think.
In terms of just
something
plot structure, plot structure and character writing, I think it's excellent. Yes.
Yeah, one of the best of the year for sure.
Yeah. I do think this is a top 10 show of the year pretty easily.
Yeah, pretty
yeah,
easily.
definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I gave it runner-up for the first spring, but that was because I think I was only at episode 11 at that point.
Yeah.
And then I
I think you would have a revised that.
And then I gave it sequel. I gave it after I'd watched 12 and 13, and then the rest. I gave it sequel of the season for summer. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot. Yeah, that season ended before that episode. That's so crazy.
Yeah. Wild reveal.
Honestly.
Oh yeah, I do remember this one started a bit late in the spring,
It
which is
did,
part of why I
yeah.
didn't watch it as it was airing.
Yeah. Not to mention it had delays here and there because of the Olympics as well. But yes, we should move on to our next show and our next season, because starting the summer off is Alya sometimes hides her feelings in Russian.
This show is just a very fun rom-com.
Just another really solid one with some extremely fun characters.
Yeah, like the one knock against it is like the handful of fan service scenes that are just very out of place.
Yeah, and there's not even that many, but
Yeah,
like the
like I
few
said,
that
just
there
a
are,
handful. Yeah,
yeah, the few that there are, it's like that didn't need to.
that was unnecessary.
Yeah. Aside from that, it's great. Yuki is amazing.
Yes, she's probably the best character in the show by a country mile, which says a lot considering how good the cast is.
Yeah, the whole cast is great, but Yuki is the star of the show, even though she's not actually the star of the show.
Yes. Yeah, there's a reason that I consider this one of the best shows of the summer.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it's still pretty high up there.
Yeah. It's really good. It's very fun. I believe this was Dogakobo as well.
Yeah, it was Dogakobo.
Yeah, so it looks great.
Hey, you want to know something funny?
What?
Apparently in the novels, Alya's something like 5'8" or some shit. So she's supposed to be almost the same height as her love interest instead of the same height as Yuki.
That's funny.
It's very funny.
Yeah. No, just really fun. The main duo's dynamic is very cute. Yeah, just really, really solid show. Only real issue is that fan service.
Yeah. That is like the primary issue with the show. More than anything else.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's a damn fun show.
Yep. Really good rom-com.
Alright, let's move on then to the Elusive Samurai.
Here we go.
Yeah, I
So
fucking
good.
love this show.
You know.
What? Really? No, I would never have guessed.
Yeah, it's not like you read the source material.
Yeah, it's not like I read the source material from day one and shilled it multiple times to people. Yeah, this is obviously just the start of the material. I personally think it gets better as it goes, but this is still some really good stuff. I mean, it has, probably, certainly one of my favorite fights in the entire series in it with Tokiyuki versus Shokan.
Very good fight, to be fair.
Yeah, really, really good one. And, if nothing else, really fucking glad it got, the animation it deserves.
Oh, yeah. Like, one of the best animated shows of the year.
Aside from a little bit of janky CG here and there.
Yeah.
A little bit here and there, yeah, but it's...
Honestly, it's forgivable, in my
Yeah.
opinion, considering how good the rest of the show looks.
Yeah, totally.
It's whatever to me, to be honest. I'm easily willing to look past it for, some of that fight Sakuga. I mean, just the fact is that obviously Matsui's previous series, Assassination Classroom, the animation was workmanlike for the most part. So it's just really nice getting to see this action just looks so goddamn good.
I mean, it doesn't hurt that one is one of your favorite all-time manga, so...
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's a reason I started reading Elusive Samurai from the beginning, and it is because Matsui is one of my favorite manga authors. I knew he'd do something good with this, and hey, he fucking did. I mean, it's a fucking weird one at times.
I mean, that's it. That's the author's hallmark as well.
Yeah, I mean, the relationship between Yorishige and Tokiyuki is a little weird at times. And the gags can get a little weird, though oftentimes it's still pretty fun. But yeah, like, you know, I like the Elusive Warriors. They're all, you know, various shades of fun. Obviously, it was mostly, you know, Fubuki Genba and Kojiro who got focus this time around, just because the former two, you know, got introduction arcs, and then Kojiro got a bit in the final arc. But
Yep. I believe Ayako's the one who's due to get focused next.
yeah, should be
Or Walker.
one of the first arcs after in season 2, I believe.
Yeah.
But, you know, we also had the introduction, well, we also had fucking Takeuchi and his fucking scary ass.
Yeah,
He's fucking terrifying.
that guy, I feel like we've only like scratched the surface of him.
Oh yeah. Oh oh my
But he
sweet summer
still made a
child.
pretty strong impression.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
no, 100%. You know, we only really got him, at the start, when he...
A couple times in the middle and near the end.
Yeah, we got him at the start, toppling the Kamakura Shogunate, and then in the middle, stopping Prince.
The Prince.
Yeah, Prince Moriyoshi's like almost assassination attempt, and doing it so like blithely and just effortlessly.
Yeah.
Honestly, kind of insane.
Yeah.
We also, you know, had Sadamune and Ichikawa as recurring antagonists who were pretty fun and pretty
honestly.
interesting. Yeah. And then obviously Shokan as well, who was good for an arc. Yeah, honestly, I love the series. I cannot wait for season 2, because I'm assuming they don't, you know, promise Neverland it, but
I doubt that.
I doubt it as well.
They wouldn't do that, right?
I didn't think they'd
Right?
do it. I didn't think they'd do it at Promise Neverland, and then look where we fucking ended up.
In fairness, I think Cloverworks has learned from that mistake.
I fucking
Unfortunately, they have not learned from the mistake of having way too many things to adapt.
Yeah, they're a bit busy right
Because,
now.
like, they got season 2 of this, season 2 of
Windbreaker.
Dress Up Darling, Windbreaker, and they have another season of Bunny Girl Senpai.
For some reason, they're doing
It's
another season of Unite Up.
Whatever. They're also doing an adaptation of what was it, the Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity, which looks like it'll be fun. Stuff to say they have a lot on their plates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, Elusive Samurai is a really, really good show. I wholeheartedly recommend it.
Oh yeah.
I do wanna shout out Asaki Yuikawa for her role as Tokiyuki, because she was fucking spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's not been in a huge amount, and that was just a really, really fucking good performance. So yeah, I mean, obviously everyone in the cast did a really good job, but I just really wanted to shout her out as well. Let's move on then to the magical girl and the evil lieutenant used to be arch enemies.
This is a fun show.
This was a pretty fun show, though I will say easily my favorite portion of it was Hibana. Just yelling.
Oh yeah, no.
Just yelling fuck constantly.
Yeah, no. She's great. Definitely the highlight of the show. But there was a lot of fun stuff throughout. Why don't you mention to the audience how recently you finished this?
Oh, I mean, I finished it literally like maybe 2 minutes before the stream.
Airtight timing right there.
Yeah, it was very, very close.
Yeah. Yeah, this felt like a very nice tribute to the author, as well as just a very fun magical girl. Pastiche maybe? Not pastiche. Feels too genuine for that. a nice riff on the magical girl formula.
Yeah. Obviously, I get that they were limited in what they could do, but I kind of wish there was more sort of confrontation of Byakuya's handler.
I mean, he did get his head ripped off at one point.
He did. And he got beaten up by Hibana's handler, so, I'll take that.
Yeah. Yeah, the familiars do each have interesting relationships with their respective magical girls.
Well,
because it does...
Hibana seems that much more genuine, whereas Byakuya's is an abusive relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like an abusive older relative versus like a caring father figure, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Hibana is, chewing holes in her familiar's head.
Yes, she is a gremlin. She is delightful.
Yeah, no. As I said, she was definitely my favorite part of the show. I could watch Maria Issei yelling "fuck" for so long.
I am the strong.
Yeah, I mean, look, overall it felt limited, but that's just because of the source material is limited due to the author passing away.
Combination of that and just like the way it's formatted, from what I've heard, it's pretty short chapters.
Yeah. But it was still a pretty good show overall. I'm not sure how into the romance between Byakuya and Mira I got. Especially considering I'm fairly sure Byakuya is 15.
Mira is one of those characters who looks like he could be anywhere from 17 to 1,000.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. There's nothing definitive given on any of the character stages besides Byakuya and Hibana.
Yeah, but, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Decent enough show, for sure.
Yeah.
Let's move on to one that was a fair bit more spectacular with Makeine, Too Many Losing Heroines.
The show is so fucking funny.
It's extremely funny.
Like we said that Alya was one of the best rom-coms of the year, I think this one far surpasses even Alya.
Yeah, even though I barely consider it a rom-com.
Yeah. It's still just a funny fucking show.
Yeah.
Also, I had to go through it and get some screenshots for this, and I wound up getting... How many did I send you, Mil? Like 15?
A lot. Let me just quickly check. So,
There's like 3 or 4 shows I sent you more than 10.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah.
Yeah. It's like maybe 3 or 4 other shows besides this one I sent like 10 or more.
Down to Dumb was the other big one you sent me.
Yeah. And of course One Piece, which I sent you over 60, but that's that one did have the benefit of running for the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, Makeine is just absolutely hilarious, and a very good case in point for this is how you can make your heroines absolute fucking losers while still making them fun and sympathetic.
Yeah, it also does a good job of playing with light novel tropes without...
Oh yeah.
While still kind of committing to them, but in ways that makes it work.
Yeah, no. All tropes are tools in their own way.
Yeah.
It's really, this is how you see those tropes in the hands of master craftsmen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really, really fun show, really well animated as well. The EDs are all spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I believe it was the last episode was also pretty much an original episode that was written by the author.
Yeah. No, you have it was a very fun one. Fucking Anna's reaction to her crush and his girlfriend just being absolutely fucking nasty on Maine.
Yeah. I I don't think you're supposed to eat it like that.
No, you're not supposed to eat a popsicle like that. That's
Yeah.
horrifying, and
Yeah.
everyone staring at you is justified in doing so.
Yeah, that was something else.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, a really unique rom-com, if you want to call it that. But all the girls' character arcs are really good,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just a good time.
Yeah. Let's move on to another series with a very flawed female ensemble.
Let's move on to Mayonaka Punch.
Show's very funny and honestly pretty charming. Did you wind up finishing this number?
No, I still intend to, but I wasn't able to make time for it because of
Ah, damn.
Yatagarasu and Girls Band Cry and Beastars.
Fair enough. Oh, well, we'll have fun talking about Beastars.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one was still a very fun one, and I'm happy I watched it.
Yeah.
Just very lively, very imaginative, and had a lot of really fun character interactions.
Definitely one of the more unique concepts this year.
Oh, absolutely.
It's why I like originals, because they can get pretty out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not... and also they can surprise you in some very fun and interesting ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely one to check out, and don't let it fall off your radar, because it is one of the more fun originals to come out last year.
This is from PA Works, right?
Yeah, PA Works does some good stuff.
Yep.
I don't think I've seen a PA Works original that I've outright disliked. Though I could be misremembering, because I'll have to double check what else they've done.
I definitely think one exists.
Let's see, they did Nari Nari, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they did Nari Nari that same season. Not good.
Which, a lot weaker than Mayonaka Punch.
Just a little bit, yeah. I also don't think you particularly liked Fairygon that much.
No, I was fine with Fairygon. Oh, it was the day I became a god that I had issues with.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, they did that. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that.
No,
show.
to be fair, that was because of the writer more than the studio.
True.
Yeah, like they still done a lot of other good originals like Apari Ranmon, Aquatope, Keep a Maid War, Buddy Daddies. All are good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, they also did Makia, which is one of my all-time favorite anime movies. But yeah, still a good show, fun, original, and would definitely recommend it if you're looking for something that's funky, weird, and has a fun premise.
I do
and
intend to
characters.
finish it.
Glad to hear it.
Moving on to something that I'm not sure if you will be rushing to finish once future seasons come out, Jack. It is Oshi no Ko Season 2.
I will say that this content covered in Season 2 is some of the best in the series.
Yeah, it is.
It is really hard for me to be objective about the anime anymore after the manga is ending. Yes, there is nothing more of a pain than a former fan turned hater. That is oddly serendipitous as a screenshot. Have you did you finish the manga number?
Yep, I've read the whole manga and some currently anime.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Any thoughts you'd like to share, or do you want to save those for another time?
I'll save them for the far off future when we actually get the conclusion.
It'll definitely be interesting to hear your thoughts and if they're different from mine or not in any way.
I can already tell you they're very different from yours.
Oh, you liked the ending?
Yes, I do.
Ah, damn shame. Damn
Yeah.
shame. I think the ending was one of the worst I've ever read, but
Alright. I very much disagree, though I do have issues with it. But specifically talking about this season, though, I think it's fantastic. It's
the anime itself is good.
yeah. The material is fantastic. The animation is consistently great, but of course it is. I like the music video in the finale, and they did some pretty clever stuff there with Ruby's eyes, how they change because
They did a lot of really cool and interesting like directorial stuff with the anime at several points.
Yeah,
like,
especially during the
Melt's
play.
redemption as well was another big one.
Yeah.
But yeah. Still overall good stuff. I just don't think I can recommend this series anymore with my issues with the ending.
I mean, that's perfectly fair. I also the handling of the adaptation process was also just something that was very interesting to watch as well.
Oh yeah, no. Like Aka has a lot of insight into the industry, so it was very interesting to see that perspective.
Yeah, all in all, a really, really great season. Not a whole lot else to really say about it. It's really good.
All right, let's move on then to Red Cat Ramen.
This is all you, Mil.
Yeah, I won't take too long on this. This was a really good show. It suffered like Witch and the Beast from fairly poor animation, but honestly, in terms of character stuff, I just really, really enjoyed this. It's just a really, really nice series to be able to, watch in the middle of a fair amount of drama happening in summer in terms of the shows.
Yeah.
For example, the show we're about to get to next. But
yeah.
this is just really good to turn on and, have the adventures of these cats running a fucking ramen restaurant while Yashiro the Nepo baby is along for the ride.
I do want to watch it at some point. It seems very charming.
Yeah, it does seem like a nice time.
I mean, if nothing else, you've got fucking Kenjiro Suda as the head chef Bunzo, which is quite fun. But and you've also got Takaya Kuroda as the unofficial lawyer of the shop, which is also great. You've got a little weird romance happening with a couple of the customers, where one of the female customers is like, I really like this restaurant and I really want to support it, so she went and found this random dude to bring here to try and eat more food, and he's like, this is not a good idea to just meet random men just to support a ramen restaurant. Thankfully, the guy turned out to be a sweetheart who is also like a judo fighter, so he eats a lot. And then there was like weird little segments of like this fucking famous chef coming in, like asking a little bit about the ramen making process and then just walking out. And yeah, it was just a weird segment overall, but a good one. Yeah, this is a good show. I really recommend it. There's not much in the way of story. There isn't, because there doesn't need to be. There's a continuity going on, obviously. And this somehow, I'm genuinely shocked that this has happened. This has a season 2 coming.
It does?
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
It got announced at Jump Festa, and I am genuinely stunned. In a really good way. I'm really happy about it. Because they're gonna introduce a character who I really, really like. But I'm just really happy about it. I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, wow. That's great.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I missed that announcement.
But yeah, let's move on to, oh boy, it is
Oh boy.
Senpai is an Otokonoko. Talk about fucking anime of the year contenders. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this was very, very high up there for me.
But oh boy, was it a fucking time.
What a ride. Just the way characters are handled in this story, exceptionally well, and it's themes that are in this show you do not see in many other anime.
No. I mean, put it this way, this is one of the very, very few shows out there that has a proper love triangle.
Yeah.
And it is executed
and actually,
really well.
Yeah, a well-executed love triangle.
Yeah. You know, it's got the three main characters of Saki, Makoto, and Ryuji, and there's obviously a supporting cast, but it's not really, you know, it's not hugely emphasized. It comes a bit more into it in the second half, but it's not, you know, the importance is the journey the three main characters are going on.
Yeah, there's that one girl that didn't have her eyes, and later on she got eyes. I'm happy for her. I'm really happy for her.
Yeah. I'm glad her eye transplant was a success.
Yeah.
But this does such a good job of endearing you to that main trio in such a wonderful way. You just care so much about these characters. You know, I was so upset at the struggles that Saki was going through in that second half, in part because of her deadbeat dad.
Yeah.
And then the worries that she had about her mum as well. You know, Makoto's ongoing journey to figuring out what their gender really is.
What they identify as, and
Yeah.
and who he wants to be.
Yeah. And you know, supported by, you know, a pretty fucking great dad, thankfully.
Yeah.
Even if the mum is not so good. Better at the end. She
at
was
the
working
end,
on it.
like she's making efforts, and that's really good.
Yeah, she started working on you know, her issues, which is, you know, all we can really ask for.
And then there's other problematic parents.
Yeah.
Or, well, just one as far as we know, but we're not too sure about.
We're not sure about
Saki's mom.
Saki's mom. Obviously, she, you know, she walked away from the family. Presumably, partially because of Saki's dad's obsession with his job, let's say. Desire to marry a whale, maybe.
Hey, Saki, meet your new mom.
Oh God. But you know, this has got a movie coming, and I cannot wait to see it because it's going to be both awful and amazing. Because Ryuji's whole thing was accepting that he did love Makoto. But unfortunately, he backslided a bit because of you know, what I would say is the antagonist in this show is society.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that society sucks and is so insanely heteronormative and, you know, gender conforming. You know, Makoto is going through all these struggles with regards to his gender. Ryuji is going through these struggles because he loves Makoto. Obviously, society sees Makoto as male. Ryuji doesn't give a shit, really. But because of that, and because Makoto is so sensitive to that, he can't help but react on occasion, and that just, that just feeds the doubts in Ryuji's mind, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, this is genuinely an incredible show, and I'm so happy I decided to watch it.
Yeah, I can't wait for more. I want to see I do want to see if we actually do get a follow up to Ryuji's little story there, because it definitely feels like there's room for more.
Oh no, definitely. This definitely doesn't feel like the end of Ryuji's story, and I would be a little disappointed if it was.
But it seems like most of the focus is going to go to Saki, which is good because she needs it.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of those characters, obviously, it said Ryuji doesn't feel like he's at the end of his story. There's still more to go there. Makoto, I honestly do feel is coming to the end. They're not quite at the end.
But getting pretty close.
Yeah, I think that, that period Makoto spent with his granddad, or grandparent, let's say, really did a lot for their state of mind, and I think it is just a case of now, coming to a conclusion, which will probably come, alongside, at the very least, Saki's arc ending, and hopefully Ryuji's as well. The only issue is I don't have, even if this story has been so much more queer friendly than a lot of other series that have covered similar themes, I don't have faith that this show is going to go the throuple ending that these three clearly deserve.
Yeah, but we'll see.
We'll see. But we should probably move on to our next show, which is Shy Season 2.
Show's really good.
Yeah, I think this was an improvement on Season 1.
Yeah.
And it was basically focused on one singular arc, but it was a good one. It introduced the Tenoshi sisters, who were interesting. Obviously, we had Ai on the hero side, and Mai, aka Utsuro, who was more on the villain side for a significant chunk of the season. We also get introduced to the hero that probably gets most memed upon, Adam Rockwell.
Yeah.
A man is wearing bull's horns. No way he does well on the internet.
No, absolutely not.
So funny.
I can already see the variants on the Dragon Age Inquisition meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I do have some quibbles with this season, but, are pretty minor. And the biggest one is just, the whole thing with how Mai's arc is resolved.
Yeah. It didn't feel like she needed to die.
It didn't feel like it, but I feel like it was, shoot in, she had to die because in order to maintain consistency with the rules set up. Which was annoying, but I can understand it.
Yeah.
It was definitely frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of characters dying when they don't need to.
Yeah, it felt pretty unnecessary.
It's especially because it felt like they were setting up for there to be a way out for Mai, and then just at the end they went, "Oh no, definitely has to die."
Yeah, no,
in a season that had already been pretty brutal, because fucking Teru got stabbed through the chest.
Yeah, no.
And walked it off.
She kind of just tanked that, which was pretty crazy.
Teru's built like a tank, I guess. Good for her. But yeah, still the overall character work outside of that bit is really good. I knew The fucking reveal about the bird dude was very funny.
Yeah, just apparently he's a bird, and Mai maybe wants I to marry him? In his bird
it's very
form?
unclear.
I don't know.
Wait, yeah, that was pretty weird.
No, I think it was just protect my sister and all that. I don't know if it was like marry or anything like that. But yeah, still a bit odd.
Yeah, we obviously got a little bit more focus for, the likes of Ming Ming and Pilsa, which was really nice.
Yeah.
We got another encounter between Pepesha and Kufufu, who continues to be a joyous gremlin, even though she wasn't 100% feeling that whole arc.
She's going through a depression arc right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she managed to bring the fucking trolley problem to life, so good for her.
Yep.
But yeah, this was, as I said, this was an enjoyable arc. Few problems with the ending, but not significant enough to ruin the arc as a whole.
No, it's really good. Another season hasn't been confirmed yet, has it?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
But
Hope we get one.
I'd certainly welcome one, yeah.
That's what I.
If nothing else, we need what this season was solely lacking in was gay interactions between Iko and Teru.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we got a bit because I invited myself over to Teru's house, and then Iko suddenly showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Not jealous at all.
Yeah.
No, definitely not jealous.
And then
I think Terra just has a lot of Yuri Riz.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
Iko straight up leaving her brother home alone just to go meet Teru after the arc.
Yeah. It's great.
It wasn't even subtle. It was like, oh hey, the heroes got out of the bubble. I hope Shio's okay, right, big sister? Where did you go?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, season 2 was definitely good. I do hope there will be a season 3. And it's by 8-Bit, who pretty happy giving things multiple seasons. They've got a fair few long runners because they've obviously got Slime. They've got Blue Lock, which I'm sure is getting more seasons. Yuru Camp as well. So it's a good studio for getting a sequel.
Yeah, and Mahoka. Jeez.
Yeah. Fucking Mahoka.
Yeah, and they also have Stars Align, which that's obviously getting I'm sorry.
You're making me sad.
The worst part is there's somebody on Twitter who's watching the series for the first time.
Yeah, I saw them too. I saw that too.
I'm way too excited for them to get to that ending and be left on the cliffhanger like the rest of us.
It's
Yeah.
like that one Zuko meme. That can't be it. Where's the rest of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so tragically hilarious.
Yeah, I feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But yeah, let's move on to Suicide Squad Isekai, which is still not available in the UK as far as I'm aware.
That's very unfortunate. This was a fun one.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Not nothing too crazy, but just a pretty fun concept done pretty well.
Yeah. I had a good time with it.
Yeah.
And it was pretty fun seeing all the characters fuck around. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good screech.
Yeah, because that whole scene is just so crazy.
Yeah. Deadshot. Yeah, the whole squad felt like really fun. Were really fun characters who bounced off each other in a really fun way.
Yeah, Clayface especially was maybe the most fun, but they were all really fun.
Clayface was definitely my favorite in the ensemble, but it was still a fun cast.
Yeah, also just Rick Flag dealing with everyone's bullshit.
Look, sometimes you gotta be the only sane man.
and Peacemaker being voiced by Koyasu.
Yes. The voice cast was also very good for this.
Yeah. Well, lots of good fun. I hope it becomes available to you eventually, Mill, because it's a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do a quick check on Channel 4 because I still say that's probably the most likely place for it to be.
Yeah. They did do a light tease for a continuation. Nothing solid yet, but I certainly welcome it.
Nope, not on Channel 4.
That's unfortunate.
On Isekai UK. No, I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing anything positive on that front anyway.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, yeah, and just you get wacky stuff like Clayface turning into a sword and then Harley using him to,
that was
fight
fun.
Katana.
Also, Clayface fucking surviving getting his head blown off was also very fun bit.
Yeah.
Like right after the initial shock wears off, it's like, "Aw, you guys are sad about me." Just super nonchalant about it.
Yeah.
It's really great.
No, fun little show. I hope we get more wacky stuff like it from DC.
Honestly, DC should do shit like this more.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, we are getting more Batman Ninja, which is kind of crazy.
Hell yes.
I mean, it doesn't need to be an anime, but just in general, an animated series for Wayne Family Adventures would be 100% welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on then to Twilight Out of Focus.
I never finished this. I really need to finish this.
It's a fun one.
It is.
It's pretty
good. Because I really liked what I watched.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice, wholesome yaoi, for once.
Which is, that's really rare.
I mean, look at the fucking one this season. Jesus Christ. Oh. I've read I haven't even watched it. I've read a review for it, and it's not making me look forward to it. But that
is very unfortunate.
That's a conversation for next week. For this one, I did definitely like it. I think it was hindered a little bit in splitting its focus.
Yes,
because just
the pseudo anthology style wasn't a perfect recipe for a cohesive story, but I think it made the best of it.
I think it did. It wasn't bad by any stretch. It is just a case of, oh hey, I'm getting into Mao and Hisashi. Oh, we're moving on to Gichi and Jin. Oh, we're moving on to Shion and Rei. Oh, we're back to Mao and Hisashi. But so, it's not so much my interest has waned at that point, but, I'm not as invested in them as I would have been had that episode happened, at the end of their arc, rather than after two other arcs, sort of thing.
Yeah. It doesn't help that the last couple is also shorted a bit on focus.
Yeah, I think Gichi and Jin got 3 episodes, and then Rei and Shion only got 2.
Well, Gichi and Jin also had the benefit of being built up throughout the first arc as well, whereas the last 2, not so much, because one of the members of that couple is, a brand new character for that arc.
Yeah, and then the other one is just, very introverted.
Very background character for most of the show before that.
Yeah. At the very least, for Gichi and Jin, we did have the establishment of their rivalry.
Yes.
So they could easily build off of that. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I did like Mao and Hisashi's arc, and I liked their relationship, and that's why I wanted more of it.
Yeah.
Gichi and Jin and Rei and Shion weren't as good. They were still pretty good. But certainly not my favorites. certainly I wish there was also a little bit more for the side cast, the ones not in relationships, for them to do. I thought.
Unfortunately, they didn't have the time for that.
I know. Like I liked the twins that were in Mao's year, and I liked Shion's roommate Kirito. I thought he was a really interesting character. They didn't really get much once the stuff with Ray started kicking off. But yeah, I'm fairly sure there is actually more with the Mao and Hisashi stuff. So, if there was a continuation, I'd definitely watch it. And hey, if nothing else, it's Studio Dean adding to their Boys Love catalog.
Yeah,
Still so weird that Studio Dean is like the champions of yaoi right now.
that is wild.
They're the ones doing the good stuff for it as well.
Yeah.
What else have they done besides this?
Sasuke and Miyano,
Right,
obviously. They did
which is really good.
Yeah. They did the spin-off movie for that, Hirano and Kagiura. As much as I wasn't much of a fan of it, they did do Tadaima Okairi, which is the fucking Omegaverse one.
Yeah. That one.
Yes,
In fairness, I think that's about it, but that's, about two
more than most studios
that's
do.
that's two more good Boys Love than most fucking studios do.
Yeah, Studio
Basically-
Dean has come a long way since doing a lot of jank anime.
It's come a long way since doing OG Fate Stay Night.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
That-
I watched that, and oh boy, that did not hold up well.
No.
Yeah. I imagine.
I mean, just in terms of
They did Oku,
Yeah,
which is really good.
I was about to say, in terms of other good stuff they did Oku.
Yeah, Oku was fantastic.
We shouldn't prolong the talk about Dean because we are at 3 hours now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, Twilight Out of Focus is a good show. Just probably hindered itself with the anthology format a little bit. It might have been better to only focus on the first two couples, but I know there's a lot of fans of Ray and Shion that would have been a little disappointed. But
Yeah,
let's
that's what it is.
move on to our final winter show, which is Wistoria, Wand and Sword.
This is a fun one.
Yeah, this is another good shonen where
Very good.
doesn't really
popcorn
reinvent the wheel,
atmospheres.
but
Yeah.
what it executes on is really well.
I mean, what I would say is that because this just feels like the first portion of such a bigger story, that it felt like character. Certainly, Will, for example, didn't really go through a lot of development.
It did feel a bit more shallow, yeah.
Yeah.
But it did make up for it by looking fucking superb.
Yeah, no, Actas and Bandai Namco Pictures did a really fucking good job with this one.
Yep.
Like, it was definitely one of the best looking shows of the season and probably of the year as well.
Yeah. Oh, very, very little contest on that front.
And as much as I, was saying characters didn't get development, the characters that got introduced I quite liked.
Yeah.
I liked the rivalry with between Will and Shion. I liked
Sion's freaking great.
I liked the fucking cat fight between Colette and Rusty, which got weird real quickly when Will started talking about the size of Rusty's dick.
I still need to know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
is going
so
on
curious.
you know, obviously we had that fucking Avengers style team up in the last portion of, you know, the top students and Will, which was really good, and you know, Will getting the respect of the elf fella whose name was Vignal.
Yep.
You know, that was pretty nicely done. And obviously you've got fucking Julius there just being a bitch.
Freaking Julius.
Like I said, I think that's just my biggest issue with the show, is that it just did feel like such a small part of such a big story, and as a result, it just feels like there's so much more to come.
Yeah. Lots of great characters. It's really well made, and I'm really looking forward to season 2, because this is we're clearly just getting started.
Oh, you know, absolutely. I mean, I think we said throughout that you know, they keep mentioning this barrier that is holding back this awful stuff, and we're all like, that barrier's coming. That barrier's coming down at some point. Yeah, that barrier's fucked at some point.
You do not mention a big ass barrier in the first act without breaking it open in the third act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, we've got, you know, this relationship between Will and Alfaria, that because they never really interact, certainly at their current ages they don't interact, you know, that's still definitely there to be explored. I
mean, you can tell this from the author of Don Machi, because the two supposed love interests don't interact that much.
Speaking of the fact that it's by the author, is it the author of Danmachi or the artist of Danmachi?
It's the author.
Author, yeah.
Yeah. The fact that there is a character, I think it was Finn, who is literally ripped from Danmachi. Literally ripped from Danmachi is honestly kind of insane.
Yeah, very similar name, very similar design, same voice actress.
Look, there is no law against stealing from yourself.
I know, but I prefer that you be a little less shameless about it.
It's just funny.
It is very funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a really good show. As I said, the only issue with it is that I do think there's just so much more to come, and I just want it now. But let's move on to our final season, moving on to the fall season with Beastars' final season.
What a doozy.
Oh yeah. You gotta love the multiple cliffhangers of Legoshi seemingly dying.
Yeah, so Legoshi's just dead now. That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah, just dropped off a cliff into the ocean. There's definitely going to be nothing to come up and save him, especially not after, you know, him talking with ocean creatures was a mild plot point.
Yeah. Also, there's Yaya, who's voiced by Shinichiro Miki, this amazing horseman who is incredible.
Great design on him.
Oh god,
yes.
Shinichiro Miki is a really good choice for him, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, he's so good.
Let me see who voices him in the dub, because I am curious now.
I think it would either be him or Junichi Sawabe that I would have gone for. So yeah.
Because
Matthew Watterson, who I've not heard of before, to be fair.
He's only ever been in like one other series I can think of, but he does a pretty damn good job.
Yeah.
Dubcast continues to be excellent. I watched it dubbed because I started it in the dub, and I kind of absolutely love the voice acting in it. Jonas Scott continues to be great.
Okay, he was Magneto in X-Men 97.
That's where I heard him from.
Oh wow.
He was good in that.
Yeah, he certainly was. Wow.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I can absolutely fucking see it.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, too, because of his relationship with Lugosi's grandfather. Does have a... It's not quite the same, but it does have a similar vibe to it as the Professor X Magneto relationship.
Also, Lugosi's part Komodo dragon, which is just kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. Also, I love the whole thing about the lion mafia actually like really missing Louis as Louis as their boss, and just being very happy to see him again. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
I wish there was more Haru in this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, not much Haru.
That's
Haru.
that's an unfortunate bit, especially early on in this basically second half of
The series.
of Beastars. Yeah.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Melon is certainly fun.
Melon's definitely fun. I do like the absolute hamminess he brings to the table.
Mm-hmm.
He's just honestly pretty interestingly conniving too. Who voices him in the dub? Let me see, because I think I recognize his voice.
Darren Criss.
Yeah, he's a good VA. He did a really good job in there.
How do you feel about Sagwan?
Sagwan, which one was that?
The
Otter dude?
Oh,
the seal
yeah.
dude,
No,
yeah.
Seal dude, yeah. He was
he's
fun.
fun.
He's voiced by Sungwon Cho
Yeah.
in the dub. Yeah, he's fun. He's really a fun character.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking Legoshi walking in the buff.
Yeah.
It's great.
The fact that Melon lured Legoshi there by using the sloth tattoo artist.
That was so
That's-
fun.
That's so clever.
Yeah, no, the whole sloth tattoo artist thing was also really, really
Yeah.
clever.
Also, the opening is great. It's weirdly upbeat for this part of the story, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Legoshi going through it quite a bit this season.
Yeah, a little bit.
Honestly, everyone's going through it, but Legoshi especially.
Yeah. Also, Gosha is great.
Yeah, Gosha's great. Do love the whole thing of him just trying to be a doting grandfather to Legoshi, but also like being a secret badass.
Mm-hmm. And then at the end of the episode, we get a special ED that's like an intro to his own anime.
Yes, that was great. Also, do got like the whole bit with some of Louis' character arc being him realizing he is a lot more attracted to carnivores than he is to herbivores.
Yeah, which is kind of wild, but makes sense.
Yeah,
Poor Juno.
yeah. Juno just has a rotten luck with love interests.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just really good stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I do have complaints, namely, like, not a lot of Haru, and wish there was a bit more of an even balance with how the focus was portrayed, but still really good stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, it's been a really good season so far. I'm really looking forward to whenever this comes back.
I think they announced when the second half of the final season was going to drop. I just don't remember when. I think. I could be misremembering.
Not necessarily. We've got Beastars
Yeah.
final season confirms 2-part schedule.
Yeah, I'm not seeing when it comes out.
Yeah, I don't think they've necessarily said.
All that seems to be confirmed is that was the air date for the first half of the season. Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunate. Still good
Also-
stuff though.
Yeah, Netflix just needs to advertise this shit better.
Yeah.
Netflix is dog shit at advertising.
Because
anything
I've
that's
seen no one talk about this season of Beastars.
I honestly think that the binge model sucks for anime in general.
Yeah, I think it work. I think it can work, but I think traditionally you should just do simulcast. Just release it weekly.
To be fair, it does.
Netflix is
It does.
unfortunately loath to release shit weekly.
Yeah.
It has been doing that for a fair few shows. To be fair.
Yeah, they've gotten better, but it's
Yeah.
still a problem with Beastars.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. There's a problem with JoJo Part 6, too.
Oh, goodness. Way to kill hype for JoJo's.
Anyway, we should move on to another Netflix anime because we move on to Blue Box.
This is such a cute show, honestly.
Yeah. We haven't quite gotten to the heights of drama just yet, so
No, that's going to be in the second core.
yeah, just a little bit. Yep.
Well, which has already started, actually.
Yeah. But this has definitely been a good introduction to the series. It's been a good adaptation, moving at a pretty good pace, but it doesn't feel rushed to my mind. I don't think I would know that the series was going through the source material particularly quickly if I hadn't already read it. And yeah, I fucking love all of these idiots.
Yeah, no, they're a wonderful bunch of goobers.
I love Taiki, I love Chinatsu, I love Hina, I love Kyo, I love Haru, and all. I love all the cast. It's a really fun cast, and one that has good chemistry with each other.
Yeah, no, they bounce off each other really well. Just really fun character dynamics. There's also probably the only way to execute a sports series that would make me, be legitimately interested in watching it. Because it does lean a lot more into the romance in a very fun, cute way.
Mm-hmm. No, there's definitely. I mean, you can see by the fact that certainly Taiki's tournament stuff is mostly just an episode. I think it's maybe over. Is it over 2 episodes or is it just a single episode? I can't remember exactly.
I think Taiki's tournament is just 1 episode.
Yeah.
Chinatsu's tournament is 2.
Yeah. So it's not something they put a huge amount of focus on. It's more of the framing device than it is particularly I mean, it is an important part because it's the basis or the start of Taiki and Chinatsu's relationship is in their devotion to their respective sports. But yes, you are correct that it is the series does not linger on the sports aspects, let's say.
No, it does not linger. It does a good job of balancing it with the other aspects.
But yeah, obviously, Heike has spent the season getting closer to Chi and Hina realizing her romantic feelings for Taiki, and so getting a little bit closer there. Which is obviously, doomed to collide in a mess of a situation at some point. Yeah, I think the big thing is that we are going to get, and well, I'm sure she's already been introduced in the stuff that's out, but certainly if we're talking just from the first course perspective, we're going to get a new character who is really interesting, and
Yes.
adds quite a bit to the show.
Speaking of later characters who are interesting, Karen gets introduced towards the end of the first score, and she's really fun.
Haru's girlfriend Karen is a very interesting character and a very a very welcome character because, you know, if there is a negative to be said about Blue Box, it is that it doesn't spend a lot of time in Cheesehead.
No. Karen's a very good
yeah.
window into that.
Especially in this early portion of the show, you know, you only really get the vaguest of hints, and it is only until Karen is introduced and you get that first flashback to them talking that you realize, yeah, Chinatsu is actually kind of interested in Taiki as well.
Yep.
She's not willing to act on it, but, you know, there are the beginnings of feelings there.
Yep.
Which, you know, is good to get confirmation on.
Yeah, it's
but yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount more to say. It's a good series. Seriously recommend it. But up next is certainly was a front runner for the season. It's probably a front runner for the year. It is Dan Da Dan.
I love this series so much that I wound up binging the manga in like 3 days, so I had
a few
very
friends
good
that
time.
did that as well.
Yeah. It is a very enjoyable series.
It was funny because, just a short side note, it was funny because they wanted to do like read a few chapters a week sort of thing and then talk about it, sort of like a book club type thing, but then things got out of hand and they just binged it all at once.
Yes. Can't blame them. I did the exact same fucking thing, so yeah, no. It's a very bingeable experience and just a very good series in my opinion. They went all out with the production on the adaptation as well, just animating the ever-loving shit out of it, even shifting art styles here and there to if it helped accentuate a punchline. And it was overall just a very fun series. I'm very much looking forward to the second season coming out in the summer. Well, it's just... I had a blast, the characters are all very enjoyable, and yeah, no, good stuff. But we should probably, if I don't want to keep rambling, because we are already running pretty long.
Yep.
Alright, let's move on then to Demon Lord 2099.
The show is very fun.
Yeah,
another really fun show.
Yeah, this show definitely ended up being fun. Because of the, let's say, issues currently happening in the California region, specifically around Los Angeles, I did have to watch the final 2 episodes of this subbed, which it wasn't bad by any stretch, but I did miss certainly the energy of the dub actor for Takahashi. Nice, Celeste, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
But it was certainly a hell of a way to end the season. Certainly.
I love the team up between the Demon Lord and the hero, right?
Yeah, it's always fun when that happens. It is.
Yeah.
It is also fun that Veltol found Meldia's one weakness and then pounded that weakness like it was going out of style.
Yep. I mean, that's how you play Dark Souls games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, very fun. Absolutely love the absolute king energy Veltol had, just walking into another person's room, bathroom rather, just lounging about in the tub, saying, "Yeah, you're hot, but I'm hotter."
Yeah, no, that was
absolute
great.
King shit.
That was great. Veltol is great because they've managed to make, you know, a character that does have this pride as the Demon Lord, but is yet still likable.
Yes. They managed to straddle that line really well.
It's very easy to make a character like Veltol either not evil enough as the Demon Lord or too much of a dick. Yeah. And they managed to straddle that line really, really well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's it reminds me a lot of, again, I mentioned it before, but Sid from The Eminence in Shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He has
I
a lot
remember,
of that same energy.
I remember bringing up the Excalibur scene from
Yeah.
Eminence in reference to the bath scene in this
Yeah.
show. Yeah, it's very good stuff, and yeah, no, the whole cast is very fun.
This is another one where I feel like we are just at the start of a, much wider story. The fact that Marcus was a part of this mysterious organization, as is Mag, and they've got
Oh yeah,
they've got at least one of Veltol's dark peers working for them.
yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention how much of a piece of shit Mag is.
Yeah, just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Poor Hizuki.
Yeah.
She really goes through it. At least she has friends to support her now.
Yeah, no, definitely got friends. Do we think that Gertel was truly benevolent in her intentions towards Hizuki?
Oh, the principal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think so, yeah. The implication is that she was, but it makes
If she
sense.
was malevolent, I don't think Mag would have offed her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There was just, especially in, I think it was it episode 10, after the discussion with Cornea, it felt like the principal wanted to use Hizuki more than he did. I don't know. Obviously, we'll never find out now because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, a pretty good show overall. Certainly a lot better than I initially thought it would be. And that is to the show's credit. And as I said before, really good dub. Ian Sinclair as Veltol, fucking great.
Really hope we get continuation.
Yeah, no,
Same.
I do hope for a season 2 of this. I would be fully on board with it. But yes, let's move on to Dragon Ball Daima.
So good.
Yeah. Have you been able to watch the first episode, Mil?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Because I do know the first episode dub just came out.
Yes.
Yeah, look forward to you watching that. But yeah, it's just good stuff.
It's really, really hard to go wrong with it.
Yeah. Examining a part that has been mentioned, I feel like 1 billion times in the Dragon Ball mythos, but has hardly been explored at all until now. So,
Yeah.
really cool. It's definitely more adventure focused, which is probably why it hasn't really been getting the attention it deserves, unfortunately. Because I guess a lot of Dragon Ball fans just only care about fighting, which doesn't really make them Dragon Ball fans.
Yeah, we call those, in the business, we call those people scrubs.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is, I'm sure, during Super, when there was a lot more fights, they were still probably bitching about something.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but a lot of more people were tuning in, at least. Hopefully the dub turns things around a bit.
Yeah. Fingers crossed and all that.
Yeah. But what we've gotten is great so far. All the new characters are fantastic. Definitely a bit slower in pace, but I think it's worked pretty well, and especially now it's largely turned around, so things have been going a lot quicker. We don't have a lot left. It's believed that this is only going to be 20 episodes. We never got solid confirmation about that yet, but just based on what we know internally. So we have about 6 episodes left, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think we're on 13 or 14. Which does make sense with where the story is right now. yeah, just a lot of good stuff. This is some of the best Dragon Ball stuff we've gotten since, well, the Super movies, of course.
Yeah. Well, it's been really good.
Yeah. I hope. It's a little weird to me that Gohan has hardly been mentioned at all.
I mean, to be fair, he is. I don't know. I'm not so. I am surprised that he hasn't been brought up, but at the same time, like, I understand what they're trying to focus on with this one.
Yeah, it's just a little weird that just on Earth, like, we didn't even see him.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit odd. Yeah, looking forward to seeing where this goes. It's been really good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on then to... Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon, aka Danmachi Season 5?
This season is so good, and the only bad part about it is that we have a cliffhanger to deal with.
Yeah, we got a cliffhanger to deal with. Luckily, the remainder is coming out. I believe it's confirmed for February now.
Oh, it's February.
Yeah, I believe it was initially announced to be spring, but no, it was definitely confirmed to be February.
That's good.
So,
It's very good.
So we don't have to wait too long. Still sucks we have to wait, but
We
I
can
guess
manage, I'm sure.
that's just anime production, I guess.
Yep.
But yeah, no, the season's been absolutely incredible. Freya is an amazing villain, and it's nice to actually see her take an active role. Belle went through it.
Oh boy, did he.
That poor boy really did go through it. Hopefully things work out for him. I'm sure they will. Everyone just hates the Freya family right now.
I mean, why wouldn't they?
Exactly. Because she just manipulated everything. Like, literally everyone. Yeah, just looking forward to the conclusion. Should be some good fun.
Yep.
Really curious to see how things resolve there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on then to Mecha-Ude Mechanical Arms.
This is so much fun.
This was a really fun one. You know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, the strength of characters and the chemistry between them. This is a show that had that in spades. The story was, you know, a fairly basic one. It wasn't pushing the boat out or anything, but it worked for what it needed to do. You know, the negative of this show is that unfortunately they could only do 12 episodes when they clearly had story for more. And to be honest, you know, the stories that we did get probably, you know, maybe could have used a little bit more time to fit in, but you know, it is what it is. You know,
Praying that we somehow get more.
yeah. I mean, like I said,
at the very least, more from this team.
yeah. I mean, like I said last week, if there's another Kickstarter for a second season, I would donate at least something to it.
Absolutely.
I would try and do my part. But it is what it is. Yeah.
Characters are just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Really good ensemble.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a really, really good ensemble. The animation was consistently very good. Some really, really good fight scenes throughout. And some, you know, really, really dislikable villains as well, you know. And, you know, as much as I'm, you know, saying the story was a little basic, you know, I can only give it props to those fucking cliffhangers at the end of, was it episode 9, episode 10, and episode 11, because, you know,
Yeah.
all three of them were fucking incredible.
The fist reveal
Yes.
that he was controlling
Yeah.
Yagumo the whole time. That was crazy. That
Yeah.
blew my mind because that was the last thing I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a really good reveal.
Yeah, no, I definitely did not see that coming, and so Jesus Christ. Yeah. I'm not sure, what else there is to say on a more general basis. We obviously talked about it at great length last week. So we should.
It's very, very good. Please watch it.
No, I mean it's
very easy original to recommend.
Yeah, no, it's definitely up there in terms of rankings for me. I mean, I'm fairly...
Also Sawano.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Sawano soundtrack.
Sawano.
Sawano soundtrack is fucking great. Absolutely.
We need to do like a ranking of Sawano soundtracks at some point. I think I mentioned this last time.
Yeah, at some point I'm down to do that.
And we get, a nice Romy Park appearance as a gremlin child.
Hell yes. And Romy Park is always great.
Yeah.
But yeah,
this could have benefited from a dub.
Yeah, no, I would
really.
I would watch it again if it had a dub.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, all credit to Okamoto and her staff, because this was, a really, really good show. But yes, let's move on to our next show. We're getting towards the end. We're nearly there. Because we have Orb about the movement of the Earth.
So, let's not talk about the most recent episode, because that's the start of a new arc.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, really good.
Yeah,
a really good examination of faith, fanaticism, and science.
Yeah, this show's really good. I binged it all in a very short setting, and I got really sucked into it.
It was your anime of the season for fall, right?
Yes.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't remember. Yeah. It was. Yeah, and rightfully so, because it's really, really good.
Like, I would not disagree that it is one of the best shows to come out of the fall season.
Yeah.
Very easily. But it's just we talked about it at length last week, just like with Mecha-Ude, but the characters are really good, and they all serve a great. They all do well in serving both the themes and the story. Like, and you have one of the all-time great villains in Nawak as well.
Yeah.
Nawak has been very good. Yes, voiced by the
inimitable Kenjiro Suda.
Yep. Though it obviously
Mill's favorite.
That casting choice, while has been it has been an excellent choice, it unfortunately did ruin a bit of a reveal that I'm sure worked better in the manga.
Yeah,
there's no hiding Nawak now. Can you?
No, there's no. Suda is inimitable.
Yeah. So that's a bit funny, but yeah, no, this is a very, very interesting show. It's one that's not afraid to kill off its main characters.
It's done so twice now.
Yeah, it keeps doing that.
I hope it doesn't do it so a third time. Good God.
I
doubt it, because it's looking like it'll be the third and final arc. But
because this. I mean, that's a good thing. This, obviously, we're not at the end yet because it's a 2-core, but it should be a full adaptation.
Yep. And from the looks of it, it's pacing it out pretty well.
Yeah. But my one main gripe is that it's had a couple of chances for fights, and it's just let me down. For example, the big one is Oxy versus Nowak that could have happened in episode 11, I want to say.
It was 11 or 12.
Something like that, yeah.
We got a bit of a taste of it, but it got interrupted by Nowak actually being smart and bringing back up.
Well, it wasn't even that.
It was so good.
It was Oxy's sword breaking that really really did it. And obviously before that we had your favorite scene number of God taking vengeance very quickly on somebody who forgot his duties.
Be a dipshit, yeah.
That scene is so good.
It's so funny.
It's so funny. Why? It's why?
I love how even Nawak is baffled by it.
It really it is just the tone in which he just goes, really? Fine. Fine, we'll do this then.
This is why new recruits are useless.
Yeah.
That scene is amazing.
But yeah, it's a very, 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 very compelling show for sure. And I look forward to seeing how it concludes in these last 10 or so episodes.
Very unique premise for an anime.
Yes,
oh,
definitely.
absolutely. I'm sure there's some anachronisms here and there, but I do feel like this is probably like outside of Vinland Saga, this is the best depiction of medieval Europe in an anime.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, who's to say that the Kingdom of P is necessarily in Europe?
Come on.
We don't know where the Kingdom of P is.
Yes, it's in Britain.
Don't mind me,
Yeah.
I'm just Googling countries that begin with P. 'Cause I don't remember any others.
There is Prussia, but Prussia's no longer
Prussia
here.
was in Prussia's in Europe anyway.
I know.
It could be the Kingdom of Peru. It could be the Kingdom of Paraguay.
Yeah.
Peru was dominated by the Inca at this point in history, I'm pretty sure.
I can't do Pakistan. That didn't exist right now. That's because of the British.
No.
That one was the fault of the British.
Actually, no. I'm pretty sure this takes place in like the 15th century, which is pre-British conquest of India.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it is
Pakistan didn't
15th century.
exist.
Yeah.
Pakistan,
But yeah, we're getting
Pakistan-
lost in the weeds.
Pakistan only came about because the British drew borders
Partitioned India, yes.
incredibly shittily. But yes, we are getting off topic.
We can discuss this later.
Yeah, we'll discuss this. We'll discuss this at the 3+ episode check-in.
Yeah, clearly.
But yes, let's move on to the next show, which is Ranma 1/2.
I know that you're not nearly as high on this one as either of us are.
I
Yeah.
know.
And it's understandable because Rumiko Takahashi stuff is not for everyone, and
also, it hasn't often aged the best.
yeah, and even with like this new adaptation modernizing some aspects of it and even removing some unsavory aspects, it's still, still can be a hard sell to a lot of
I'm
people.
just gonna say now, in my overall rankings, it is the lowest show that I finished.
You cut off there. I didn't catch
No?
any of that.
Ranma is ranked the lowest of any show that I finished in my overall rankings.
Oh, I did not put it anywhere near that low.
Oh yeah. I don't.
Where did I put it in my rankings? I think I put it somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's upper middle.
Yeah, I didn't. Mine would probably be outside of top 10, but probably outside of top 15. I didn't do a ranking, so.
Mil, do you know what the lowest ranking show I finished is?
Oh boy.
Meiji Gekken?
It is Meiji Gekken.
Yeah, Meiji Gekken is not that much higher, but I did put it above Ranma and Acro Trip, if only because of the historical aspect that I approved of.
That's
Yeah, I
fair.
put Acro Trip a bit higher than you did, but not by too much.
But yeah, this show is definitely not for everyone. But if you can, but what it does do well, it does
Yeah.
really well.
I think what hurts the most is that there are elements of it that I really do like, and I can see the core of a show that I would really enjoy in there, and it's just not moving towards those elements at all.
Yeah, that was part of the problem of being adapted based off of manga from the fucking 80s.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, you know, the style of relationship that Ranma and Akane have, you know, was, and to a certain extent, it still is popular. In terms
Yes,
of...
the classic belligerent sexual tension, which is, you know,
but
the whole bickering dynamic is very popular.
Yeah, and, you know, again, for its time, it was probably very well written. But, you know, I just know of so many other, you know, romances of the same type that, you know, I just look at and go, it's just, the writing is just not matching up to them.
Okay, but did any of them have pandas?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, then that's 1 point for Ranma.
Yeah, I will give the show this. Genma just living life as a panda for most of it. Fucking great.
It's pretty
He's
funny
just vibing with it.
It's kind of funny because I don't know if it happens later or not, but Genma is a pretty shitty person. I don't remember him being this enjoyable.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the adaptation changed any of that at all, or if it's not going to come up till later. But so far, he's been pretty great, and he's also just been a panda in every scene for no reason other than it's funny.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I do remember seeing memes about him being like one of the all-time worst anime dads, so I have no idea what the hell he did to earn that reputation.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit exaggerated, but he is very shitty. He is very, very shitty. But
that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
very interesting to see how that came about.
Yeah, but in this, it's like so far at least, like he's just been fun.
Yeah,
he's been very funny.
Yes, he has.
And I do personally really enjoy Ranma and Akane's dynamic, and it is largely improved in this adaptation.
They do have a fun dynamic, and they are also the core of one of the messiest love dodecahedrons in anime.
Yes, which is also pretty fun.
I mean, that's the thing. Ranma and Akane's relationship is fun at times. It's just you know, there are parts of it. I really don't like how the season ended. I think that was really poorly done. And done just in the name of comedy rather than the story as a whole. And there's just the characters that have been introduced every arc have just been kind of the worst.
Yeah. That's understandable. I'm not the biggest fans of most of them, but I mean, I guess that's sort of a trend in Takahashi's writing. A lot of her characters are the worst people. It was the same in Urusei Yatsura as well, where everyone was kind of just a terrible person.
Yeah, no, I think I like Ranma's cast a little bit more than
I
Urusei
do as well.
Yatsura's.
I do as well. I absolutely do.
Like, the question I have at this point is, like, what Takahashi work is going to get a remake next? Because, like...
Inuyasha?
God, please no. I've heard things about that make me dread it.
Yeah.
And I already did watch the kind of sort of sequel to it.
Yeah.
Or at least part of that, and noped out.
Yeah. But as a fan of OG Ranma, I've very much enjoyed this new adaptation. I do think it mostly improves on it. So I can understand why people like Mel aren't very big on it, and I can't fault them at all. It purely just comes down to taste. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, it is definitely
Taste and personal preference. That's all.
It's just a shame because Femme Ranma is cute as a fucking button.
No, she's adorable, and
great design.
I love her.
But yes, let's move on to our penultimate show. It is ReZero, Starting Life in Another World, Season 3.
Gotta love a big damn wedding interruption.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very interesting to see where things go in the second half of the season, because a lot of crazy shit happens in the first half, and a lot of that is set up.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Shit has hit the fan, but they've started removing the shit and fixing the fan now. So soon they'll be able to get their cool air again. I don't know, something like that. I was going somewhere with that.
I am kind of shocked that all of Subaru's deaths this season have been confined to the initial confrontation with Wrath.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, they're all really fucked up deaths, but they're all confined to that one section of the loop, and that's it.
I kind of like that. That keeps things fresh, because oftentimes we get kind of the same loop a handful of times, but we only get this loop a few times.
Yeah. I do wonder if he has had a new checkpoint, and if so, what that is.
Yeah.
Because as funny as it would be if he had to redo all this shit all over again from the Wrath confrontation, I don't think that's the case.
Isn't it called like the counterattack arc?
Yes, it's the counterattack arc.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we already have our matchups.
Yeah, so if he dies, then we're not rewinding that much, I don't think.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
We might get him respawning at the meeting and saying, "Okay, strategy didn't work. New plan." But no, I think we're going to be with these matchups that we have already.
Yeah, and the Sin Archbishops we've gotten have also been pretty great. Albeit not all of them are particularly new, but we've gotten a lot more of them.
Yes. I will say, I don't think all of them are going to fall here. I think maybe one or two of them, and the rest are probably going to fuck off after this.
Yeah, probably.
My money is on Greed definitely falling, though, because he's been a real piece of work.
Which is a shame, because he needs to die.
Who needs to die?
Greed.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Greed is probably going to die here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gluttony's the one who needs to die for Rem's sake.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen here because Gluttony hasn't gotten a lot of focus in this arc.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But yeah, still really good stuff. I'm excited to see what comes next.
Yeah. Same. Really looking forward to it. It's been really good.
Alright, let's move on to our final show, which is Ron Kamonohashi's Forbidden Deductions Season 2. This was a good continuation of the first season, first goal, whatever you want to call it. It didn't necessarily continue the Moriarty storyline as much as certainly I wanted. I think you wanted as well, Nmbr.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a shame, but hey, I gotta give props to that OP for just how misleading it really was.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen an OP so full of lies.
Yeah.
Because it makes you think that a lot of characters will have much more involvement than they actually do.
Well, yeah, because they do this whole thing of stopping on a character and having the name pop up, and they stop on Ron, they stop on Todo, and then they stop on Amamiya and Spitz, and you're thinking, oh, these four characters are singled out. Surely they'll be a big part of the season going forward. Nope, Amamiya shows up maybe once or twice. Spitz shows up probably even less than that, and that's it.
And then Winter is at the beginning and nowhere else.
That OP was made for that opening arc and nothing else for the season.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I mean we did get some good cases because we got the hummingbird case, which was really which was interesting and an interesting change to the format as well.
You're cutting out a little bit, Mel.
Okay, God.
Yeah.
Don't know why that might be.
Should address that now before we get too deep in the thick of things.
But yeah, we had some good cases. We had the hummingbird case, which was good. We had the lab case, which was interesting, and then obviously the auberge to finish things off.
Mm-hmm. The auberge is probably my favorite of the whole season. That was pretty crazy.
I mean, I think it's probably the biggest arc, or certainly case of the series thus far.
Yeah, 4 parts. Jeez.
I mean, if this does get a season, I've read a little bit further in the manga. I've not read it all yet, but I am did certainly read like maybe 40 odd chapters past. I think I can't remember.
Jeez. Okay.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm probably gonna check out the manga as well, but I need to catch up in Moriarty first.
I do want to. I do want to read Moriarty as well, but that's getting off topic.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is good stuff. I mean, you know, it is moving it's moving Ron's story along more than anything. Which, you know, is good because it needs to be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if there's a huge amount more to say about Kemonohashi other than it's a very good, you know, detective mystery show. You know, the mysteries are all interesting.
Yeah, really, really solid mysteries. I'm gonna shout him out again. I love Tiger Dan.
Tiger Dan is just so fucking funny because you listen to that Ace Attorney ass name and you just go, I can't be evil, and then he's evil.
No, I was so upset that he was the killer. I love him so much, but this does mean we'll get more of him.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Because he wasn't killed off. I was worried he was gonna get killed off, but he wasn't. So.
But yes, no. Really good stuff. As I said, really enjoyable show. But that is finally the end of the discussion portion. So now let's move pretty swiftly over to the awards, starting, of course, with
Oh boy.
Best Protagonist. So I said
We're gonna see a bit. This is gonna see a bit of blood.
I said to oh, I've got to make sure I'm on the right page of my fucking book. There, I was about to start reading off of the fucking fall awards.
Whoops.
I said to Jack, I don't think there's actually a sweep throughout the awards. There is still some crossover, but I don't think there's an actual sweep.
Okay, that's.
Which is a change from previous years, because we've had a fair few sweeps across previous years.
Okay, that's only slightly surprising because of like basically one particular show.
But yes, your runner-up for Best Protagonist is Hanaoka Makoto. Senpai is an Otokonoko. Yeah, no, absolutely fair pick. Absolutely fair pick.
Yeah, this one kind of just speaks for itself. An incredible character.
It's obviously Makoto shares main character status with Saki and Ryuji, but certainly for this season of anime, Makoto has been the main character. It has been his story that has been the main story throughout, has been the consistent one.
Yeah.
And it's, as we were saying for Senpai, it's a really fucking good story. It's a really delicately handled one for the subject matter it covers.
Yep, it's fantastic.
Jack, your runner-up is Hojo Tokiyuki, Elusive Samurai.
He's such a boundless ball of fun and optimistic energy. And also he's just a really fun protagonist in general.
Yeah. No, he's a really interesting character, mixing that, childlike wonder and optimism with the horrific acts committed against his family.
Yep.
Yeah.
No trauma.
And the fact that he realizes he needs to, deal
he needs
with
a bit of ruthlessness to survive. Even if only a little bit.
My runner-up, though, is Itose Yuki, A Sign of Affection.
Oh yeah, no, she's
Yeah, she was high for my list as well.
Picking a best protagonist is always hard in these things because there's so many good contenders.
Honestly,
even if you just narrow it down to previous winners from the seasonals.
Yeah.
No, it was Yuki was either going in best protag or best girl, but she was getting picked regardless because she's just such a wonderful character.
Okay.
Just an absolute.
I'm glad you picked her.
Yeah. No, I absolutely adore her, and I'm just Nmbr, your winner for best protagonist is Sengoku Youko.
Yep, I can see it.
He's incredible. I love him so much, and his whole character arc throughout the whole show has been amazing.
No,
He's
you know,
fantastic.
the second part, which is obviously 2/3 of the show, is Senya's arc. It is Senya's character development that is chugging along throughout those two cores.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's done in a very good and enjoyable manner. So I can't blame you on that one. Jack, your winners are
God.
Ayase Momo and Takakura Okarun Ken Dan.
I couldn't not put them as the overall winners just because of how much they charmed me in their home show.
Yeah.
They're both incredibly compelling, and they... yeah, get it out of your system. They're very compelling, they're very... and I can't pick one over the other because they basically share the lead in the show.
Yeah. No, it's fair, I suppose.
Yeah.
Look, I'm probably not going to pull this bullshit again. I know it's bullshit, but I could not help myself here. I'm going to try not to pull it again, if I can help it.
Alright, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I hope you got that recorded, because we're going to reference this in the future.
I mean,
no.
I mean, we're streaming it and it's recording. It's definitely recorded.
Okay, great. Awesome.
What's more interesting is going back to the last time Jack pulled in, seeing if he said the same thing.
That was back with 86, I'm pretty sure, and I only picked it for the season, not the year.
86 was definitely an occasion. I can't remember if you've done it again, but yeah, regardless. My winner is Yukiya from Yatagarasu.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I say.
I'm glad you picked him, because I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean,
he's definitely deserving.
Once you get to the end of year and you're picking from previous winners, it's a significant amount about the characters you enjoyed the most, and Yukiya really was just the character that I loved the most. Loved watching grow as a character and realize that he had to take responsibilities on, and that he couldn't just keep acting the fool. He had to show his serious side and show his his intellect more than anything else.
He's great.
Properly.
Yeah.
But moving on to our next category, which is of course best antagonist. Nmbr, your runner-up, and Jack, your runner-up, and my winner, Asebi from Yatagarasu. Yeah, this...
I'm going to wager that this is the closest we have to a sweep.
I would argue so, yes. Yeah, this was very much one that I think this may have been my first pick in terms of once I wrote everything out, I went Asebi first.
Yeah,
to be totally honest, it's kind of a toss-up between her and my winner.
Same.
So I could easily go either way.
I did have my winner kind of locked in, but once I got to episode 13 of Yatagarasu, I was like, okay, yeah, it's her.
I mean, I think I said in, what was it, the Summer 3+ episode check-in, which was, after I'd watched episode 12 and 13, if I'd watched those episodes before the previous season's wrap-up, Asebi would have been antagonist of the season for me. And
who was your antagonist of the season in spring again?
It might have been the Empress from Yatagarasu.
Oh, right.
To be fair, didn't end up doing much as a whole, but
still had the vibes down.
Still super shitty.
She was still super shady, and you start to wonder because she obviously gave Asebi her name. and it was
Yeah.
noted as being a not great name. So it makes you wonder how much the Empress actually knew.
Either she
Yeah.
knew shit or she just accidentally read the vibe correctly.
Yeah, maybe we don't know. But yeah,
Honestly,
no.
it's funnier if it's the latter.
Yeah, no, Asebi definitely earns her place there for just how much fucked up shit she really did.
Yeah, without actually technically doing anything.
Yeah, giving herself, relatively plausible deniability is only because the prince is as intelligent as he is that he, put everything together and went, yeah, no, fuck you. Your vibes
thing is-
stink.
Asebi's plan was very, very good. The issue is, there was one very strong counter to it. The prince turning her down.
Yes, yeah. And that's the thing, it's not like the prince didn't need to give a reason for turning Asebi down. He didn't need a good reason or like a reason with a lot of proof. He just needs to go, all right, I think you're an asshole. I'm not going to marry you. Fuck you.
I like how he
that's
had
that.
all the reasons.
Yeah, no, he still has all the reasons, obviously, but at the end of the day, his word is law. If he doesn't want to marry the girl, he's not going to marry her.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, my runner-up is Shokan, the Elusive Samurai.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good pick.
Yeah, this was a tricky one.
And it's screenshot.
This was a tricky one. I had a couple of strong options that I could have picked, but at the end of the day, Shokan, the Shokan arc and the Shokan fight is what really got me invested in Elusive Samurai. So I just thought, I think I've got to give it to him.
Yeah, there were several good antagonists this year, but Shokan was definitely top 5, I think.
Nmbr, your winner is Mudo from Sengoku Youko.
Good pick, honestly. I hadn't even considered him.
Yeah,
it's
it's just his arc is really good in the show, even though a lot of it does happen off screen. But where he goes from start to finish is just really, really good.
Yeah. I mean,
Him turning up the Bravern was
Yeah.
a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he does act as pretty much an antagonist in that first core of part 2. So he's definitely a viable choice, even if he does nominally join the hero's side for the second core.
Yeah.
I get the feeling he could have wanted to take a swing at Senyo as much as he did Bansho, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Jack, your winner is Noak Orb. Yeah,
Some might call this recency bias. I say he's a fucking phenomenal
No,
antagonist.
he's definitely up there. He's definitely up there.
I think
can't fault you.
Yeah, I think he was probably third for me, to be honest. It was a close run thing between him and Shokan, so I absolutely understand the pick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's,
no,
he's fantastic.
He's probably the most complex villain of my short list
Yeah.
Mhm.
in terms of just like his characterization.
No, he's an absolutely fascinating character. I hope we do get more with him as we start hitting that climax, because I think there'll be some really interesting stuff. If nothing
Yeah,
else,
there's like
I hope he guts Anthony and strangles him with him.
oh yeah, no, that weasel
Yeah.
fucking needs to die.
Yes, moving on to our next. Again, I've got to change the page. Moving on to our next category, which is Best Girl. Nmbr, your runner-up is Itose Yuki, A Sign of Affection.
Yeah, she had to go somewhere, so
Yeah,
I
I was
definitely put her here.
I was very strongly considering her.
Yeah.
now, like I said, it was she either went here or she went in protagonist. It was just a case of what category I had more choice for, and it ended up being girl. So it's absolutely a fair pick. Jack, your runner-up is Yanami Anna Makeine.
That makes sense.
I had to give my girl a shout out. She
Yeah.
is
She needs a win. She needs a
wonderful
win.
disaster.
She needs a win somewhere, as far as I know. But even
It's true, but you shouldn't say it.
even here, she comes second.
Yep. You can't say that. That's no.
Oh, dude.
No. No.
Hold on. I gotta do something now.
I watched one episode and I know exactly what she's about.
Yeah.
Look, she is a disaster person, but she is a hilarious disaster person.
Yeah, a very enjoyable disaster. My runner-up is Izitsumi, Delicious in Dungeon.
Yep. Good pick.
Yeah,
I was very strongly considering her.
Yeah, I love the wonderful cat girl. Like, there were a couple of other options, but once I had decided where Yuki was going, it was a pretty simple. All right, going for Izitsumi because I just enjoy the chaos she brings to the party. I really do.
No, she is very good.
Your winner for best girl is Jungle Pocket. Oh, wait, sorry, I've got the wrong image there. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There you
All
go.
right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, it's very, very clever. Ha ha ha.
I'm sorry, but
You
searched,
were waiting for that.
I searched Jungle. I was waiting for that. I searched Jungle Pocket to get an image, and only pictures of the real life horse were coming up. And I was going, God damn it, this is annoying. But wait, I have a jape in mind.
Yeah.
Brooding
You're very
Neil's
funny
mind.
for that. You better not pull that next year. And what I mean by that is you can absolutely pull that next year. You have my permission. But no, she's a really great character. Her arc in the movie is fantastic. And she's just great. I wanted to give her a shout out.
Good.
Speaking of good characters with strong arcs,
Jack, your winner is Marcel Donato, Delicious in Dungeon. Yeah, you've picked two girl failures, which I approve of.
yes, delightful girl failures. Different varieties of girl failures, though.
Yeah.
Look, Marcel is a girl failure with a degree. God damn it!
No, I absolutely second the picking of Marcel. You know, she's a really enjoyable character, and certainly, one of the most enjoyable characters in the show, which is, saying a lot considering the cast.
Yeah, I mean, the whole cast is fucking excellent.
No, it is. My winner, though, is Aoisaki. Senpai is an Otokonoko. I love that gremlin. I love her dearly.
She's great. She's wonderful. And she deserves the best in the world.
Yeah. No, she spends the first half of the show giving it the levity that it needs while we're going through, Makoto's complicated gender stuff and Ryuji's internalized homophobia, and then she gets her turn with the trauma.
Yeah, now she's gonna have a mama whale.
Yeah.
This trauma train takes a trip for everyone.
Yeah. But moving on to our next category, which is Best Boy. Your runner-up is Taiga Ryuji. Senpai is an Otokonoko. Honestly, the only reason I haven't picked him is because you did.
Yeah, because he...
Because that
poor boy.
That was a choice that was really giving me a lot of trouble, and as soon as I saw that you'd picked Ryuji, I knew that I could pick somebody else and still be fine, because Ryuji is getting the respect he deserves.
Yeah, I love him so much.
Because while
almost a boy failure.
Yeah, because while Saki is taking that trip on the trauma train, Ryuji is the one adding the levity with Makoto's hilarious fucking misunderstandings between, Ryuji and Saki's relationship, which you just could not take that and it's just so funny. And sincerely, I really hope he gets a good conclusion to his arc.
Yeah.
Arc in the movie, but obviously we'll have to see about that. Jack, your runner-up is Inamata Taiki, Blue Box.
He's a good bean.
He's
a very good bean.
He is a very, very good bean.
Yes. Also, I wasn't sure if you were going to pick him, and I was like, Mill's probably going to pick him, but I want to pick him anyways just to be sure. And also, he deserves it.
As it turns out, I didn't. But I probably could have picked him. It absolutely, as your choice is, it's a fair choice. I cannot disagree with it. But my runner-up is Oishi Buchio Tonari no Yokai-san.
I am so glad you picked him. I was torn between him and Taiki.
Like I said, once it was mostly between him and Ryuji for second place, and once I'd seen Nmbr pick Ryuji, I was like, yep, no, I can go with Buchio. No hesitation. I love this glorious cat. He is just adorable. Just his wonder at everything in the world is just so heartwarming.
Yeah. He's just such a delight. I was, like I said, torn between him and Taiki, but I wanted to give Taiki the shout out.
No, as said, it's absolutely a fair decision. And if you had picked Buchio, I may have picked Taiki. I don't know. Like I said, there is at least a couple of categories where I did just basically go, look, I've picked my first place, but I've got all these options for second place. I don't know what to decide. I'll wait for Jack and Nmb's nominations to come in, so I know, who not to pick, just so I can get a good spread.
Mm-hmm.
Taiki and Ryuji are absolutely fair picks, and I absolutely could have picked them and not felt guilty, not felt bad about them at all. But the fact that you two already picked them meant that I was able to give a shout out to Buchio, who absolutely deserves it.
Yeah.
There is a bit of crossover on the winners though, because Nmbr, your winner, and my winner, Kazumatsuri Shinsuke, Sengoku Youko. I mean,
he's such a great character.
Yeah,
he is.
For protagonist, we talked about the journey that Senyu went on over the 2 cores. Shinsuke went on a journey over 3 cores, and it was just honestly so. I can't 100% say enjoyable because there were some serious down points in that journey.
Oh boy!
But it was so engaging, and it was so so interesting to watch. And if nothing else, seeing pictures of Shinsuke from that first core before Shakugan got turned into a rock, the boy is so young. He looks so young compared to where he is at the end of the show. And, it is a serious journey. It is such an interesting journey seeing him mature as a person. Because, look, the Shinsuke of anywhere in the first core would not have been able to teach Senya how to do spirit world observation the way he did. The Shinsuke of the first core would not have been able to, he was the lead in the spirit world observation to start bringing Jinka out of his shell. Obviously, he and Shakugan got kicked out once Jinka came out, but it was still his prompting that got them there in the first place, and it shows his growth as a character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he tried to kill Yazen, which is pretty cool of him.
Yeah, pretty base.
Not just tried to kill Yazen, he damn near did it. Like, I was so worried for
got
it.
away with it.
Literally disarmed Yazen.
Like, if it wasn't for, Kuzunoha getting involved, he would have done it.
Oh, Yazen would have fucking died, yeah.
Yeah,
He would have got.
And again, that shows the difference from where he was at the start of the season, and it's just a really, really good journey.
Yeah.
Jack, your winner, though, is Senshi from Delicious in Dungeon. Yeah, no, fair pick. Senshi is a lot of fun.
He is a really good character, and like his backstory episode just clinched this for me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It was a tragic backstory, made all the worse by fucking Laios going. So hey, we've got some of that meat you're not sure is human. Want to give it a taste, or is dwarf? Do you want to give it a taste and see?
Fucking Laios. But yeah, no, Senshi's great, and I just love like his attitude throughout the series, as well as just him gradually opening up to the rest of the main cast. It's just really good stuff.
Moving on though to our next category, which is Best Ensemble. Your runner-up is Mecha-Ude.
I'm shocked. This is my shocked face.
No, Mecha-Ude has a really, really good, really enjoyable cast. I mean, it's to the point where when they introduced basically copies of another group of character, it was fun and endearing instead of seeming like an asspull or stupid. Like,
yeah, I mean, some of the character introductions were just plain silly.
Yeah. You know,
but they worked.
You know, you had Meru throughout just being a shipper on deck, which is just hilarious. Yeah. Again, it never got irritating that, oh, for God's sake, get out of here. It was always just funny the way she was doing it. But yeah, it's definitely a good cast. Jack, continuing the season theme though, your runner-up is Negative Positive Angler.
I love these goobers so much, and just I don't know how to describe it, but the vibe they have, both like in duos and across like the entire group, is just excellent throughout.
Yeah, they are kind of like a small family.
Yeah, they just bounce off each other just perfectly. So I could not resist giving them a shout out here.
No, found family is a great trope for a reason. My runner-up is Tonari no Yokai-san.
Very good.
I mean, this is an ensemble cast in, you know, pretty much the purest sense of the word. You know, you've obviously got 3 main characters, but you spend time with, you know, a significant chunk of other characters. You know, you do get stuff with Wagen and Kazuhiko. You do get stuff with Rain and her friend who is a boy whose name I can't remember off the top of my head. You know, you spend time with Buchio's family, so you know it's a really and it's an enjoyable cast as well. So yeah. Nmbr, your winner, and Jack, your winner, Sengoku Youko.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, this is another case. This is another case of the fact that you two had picked it meant that I felt comfortable not picking it, but because you are 100% correct in your choice.
Yeah, it's just such an incredible cast. It's also kind of not fair because this had the benefit of going over the entire year.
Yeah, this has more points than literally anything besides One Piece that I watched.
Yeah, but such a huge, incredible cast.
Yeah, no, the cast worked marvelously. They are just excellent dynamically.
My winner is Windbreaker.
Ah, yes.
Windbreaker's also
a
great one.
I don't think there's a portion of the cast that I didn't like, so I had to give it to it. And yes, this is the exact same winner and runner-up combination I picked for Spring.
Spring was a strong season.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I think Best Ensemble was probably the category I had the most trouble with because there have been so many good fucking ensembles this year. You know, I could have picked Sengoku Youko. I could have picked Red Cat Ramen, Magia Lumiere, Blue Box, Twilight Out of Focus, Mr. Villain's Day Off. These were all, you know, the ones that were on my short list, and I was, you know, having trouble picking between them.
I forgot Mr. Villain's Day Off was this year.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was winter, to be fair.
Yeah, wow. That was a good show.
it was a
It
good
was
show.
a good show.
Yeah, the only reason we didn't really we didn't discuss it in the discussion portion is because it wasn't that much depth to it. It was a good show for sure, but yeah.
And it's just
very
a cozy,
good
fun
vibes
show.
Yeah,
very
there just
vibes.
wouldn't, there just wouldn't be much to say about it, honestly.
I feel happy with my picks here, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean, same. But let's move on to the last of the character awards with Best Ship. Okay, here we go. Nmbr, your runner-up, and Jack,
boy.
your winner. Yori and Himari, Whisper Me a Love Song.
They're just so fucking cute together.
Mm-hmm.
If we'd gotten more stuff with them, then I think they would have had more of a chance with me. But as it was, I just had two ships that were a bit stronger.
I think I know what one of your picks is. I don't know what the other one is, though.
Yeah, fair enough. We might as well get to your runner-up, Jack. But also your winner, Nmbr, because fuck you.
Holy shit.
You've done it! You've done this again! Itsuomi and Yuki from A Sign of Affection, also my runner-up.
Oh my god, same brain cell, but like
That's
crossed.
so funny.
Again,
So
listen,
fucking
I
funny.
don't have any issue with you picking the same fucking things. It's that you switch them around.
Oh,
Every
that's too fucking
time.
funny.
Every time you just switch them around. It's God.
We do not coordinate
great.
this, I swear.
I
Oh,
believe you.
oh my God.
I genuinely believe you, but it's just so funny just me getting, oh, here's Jack's nominations. Okay, that's cool. Oh, Nmbr's nominations. Oh, god damn it again. It seems to happen at
All this
least
for
once a
nothing.
season. It's just, yeah. But yeah, no, Yuki and Itsuomi are a fucking great couple. Like, as
They are
we said,
delightful and the perfect example of how to communicate.
as I said,
Yeah.
one of the strongest romances of the year, and probably one of the strongest romances that I've watched in the past few years.
Yeah.
You know, and they do just have so much good chemistry with each other. So, you know, absolutely fair. My winner, though, is Makoto, Ryuji, and Saki. Senpai is an Otokonoko.
Fucking knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Look,
I won't argue.
Again, this was one that I'm fair. I mean, this category as a whole, I had sewed up fairly quickly. Because I've obviously had some good choices. I could have picked Taiki and Shinatsu. I could have picked Mao and Hisashi. I could have picked Yori and Himari. But at the end of the day, I just went, yeah, no, Makoto, Saki, and Ryuji is probably going to be first. Then I've probably got to pick Yuki and Itsuomi if I'm honest. You know, it's...
This is like, yeah, your winner pick was the least surprising, but I cannot fault you for it.
No, I just love those three idiots.
One of my one that was high up for me personally was Senya and Tsukiko.
Yes.
Senya and Tsukiko was also on the short list.
God, I
Yeah.
didn't even think about that one. Yeah, that should have been on there, on the short list at least. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're great, and Jinka and Tama as well too.
Honestly, yeah, I think they managed to bring that around in terms of the romance. I wasn't as high on it in that first call, but I felt certainly once Tama, you know, aged herself up in terms of appearance, it felt better.
Yeah, it certainly felt better. Yeah.
Though I do wish that, you know, fucking Jinka stopped calling it elder sister.
Yeah, it's still weird, but
Bit awkward, to say the least.
bit odd.
Yeah, but
Whatever,
it was still a
it's
good one.
fine.
And then, you know, obviously there wasn't a huge amount of it in the show due to circumstances, but Shinsuke and Shakugan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically we just didn't get enough of it. That's the only reason it wasn't on mine either. Again, if we'd gotten a little bit more of it in certainly the first core, then it would have been a good pick for a seasonal award. But yeah, probably not a year-end one. Yeah.
But we should move on to our next category, which is of course the first one with clips in it, which is best opening. Okay. Nmbr, your runner-up is Jacques-Jean by Z featuring C&K, Dragon Ball Daima.
I cannot fault you for this. It is very nostalgic.
Yeah, it's nostalgic, good vibes, good animation.
Yeah.
It's just real good.
Now, I said it for the Fall Awards, and I'll say it again. I just love how fitting the lyrics are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they really sum up what, you know, a Dragon Ball adventure should be.
Exactly.
So really, you got the Dragon Ball vibe down.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I did see that when they commissioned the opening, they were a little hesitant to do it, but then they said it's like, well, it's more like an adventure this time, and they're like, oh, bet, all right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Just go for some of those vibes, and they're like, yo, let's do it.
I want to hear what their first draft for, you know, a more fighting-based OP would have been. Would it have just been the word fighting over and over again?
Fighting dream.
Anyway, Jack, your runner-up is Zato Bokura no Machi by Togenashi Togiari, Girls Band Cry.
Like, the moment I started watching this series, this OP did not leave my head.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one.
Doesn't hurt that it's incredibly dynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a music video, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely good. It's one that I, you know, usually when I'm on a catch up, especially in the time frame that I had for Girls Band Cry, I'll skip the OP every time. But I actually ended up watching it, you know, a good 4 or 5 times, I would say, throughout the show, because I did enjoy it.
It is really good.
So just let this run out a bit. And there we go. Yeah, I wanted to end on the fucking pinkies.
Yeah. Good choice.
My runner-up is Wagamama by Kushida. Senpai is an Otokonoko.
It's a really good one.
Honestly, it was so close between this and first. It really was. But this one technically lost, I guess. But yes, this in my first place were pretty easily above the rest of them, to be honest. And yeah, I just really like this OP. Still got quite a while left on it, but yes. Just, you know, it does a good job of showing off the characters and, you know, what they are going to go through.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna have a good time in the show. What are you talking about?
I remember when I first watched that opening and I saw all the crying in the running, and I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be that kind of show. Oh.
Yeah. To be fair, I think I ignored it the first couple of times because I was too busy seeing Saki in a suit and going, ooh, me like.
I mean, understandable.
I'll ignore all the sad stuff and just focus on this bit that I like. Nmbr, your winner, and Jack, your winner, Uz by Hiroshi Kitadani, One Piece.
It's just so fucking good.
Yeah, it's too good.
Like, the One Piece openings have been pretty fucking fire over the past few years, but this is the best one so far, in my opinion. Doesn't hurt that it's animated by, directed by fucking Megumi Ishitani, who is a genius.
Yeah.
And it just flows so goddamn well, too.
Yeah. No, it if nothing else, it feels like a love letter to the series on its own, let alone, you know, the fucking 24-minute thing that Ishitani then did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, fan letter is a love letter to One Piece and its fandom, so...
Yeah.
My winner, though, is Hibana by Mindarin Sengoku Youko.
I
Yeah.
love this opening.
I love it too. It's really good.
Honestly, in winter, this was actually second for me. But having, now seen, the other two cores of it and going back to it, it just felt like it hit so much harder.
The soulful, longing tone of the song is just very, very appropriate for the show.
I mean, hey, yeah, the song is an absolute fucking banger. I love the song. I absolutely adore the song.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the hit, the visuals, and then obviously, facing a cliff.
Yeah.
God damn it.
You will
God damn
never
it.
stop with that one.
No, I won't, because it's so fucking funny to me. It's so funny to me.
maybe the cliff should have been your best boy.
Maybe. But yeah, I only realized on this most recent rewatch that we did actually get a early look. I think it was Kokugetsusai in there as well. Like it was literally just a flash, but yeah. But yeah,
Very brief look, yes.
it was really close between this and Senpai. It really was. But yeah, just the feeling nostalgic about it, even though it was still this fucking year.
Also,
Brought Sengoku
also,
Youko
Jack,
ahead.
Yeah.
we both picked all Toei.
Fuck. Toei was kind of on fire last year, though.
Yeah, no, Toei. You can't say Toei didn't do some good work this year.
Yeah.
Just curious what else Toei did this year.
Just Precure,
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware.
just Precure and Girlspan Cry
Yeah.
and Dragon Ball. Yeah. Anyway, moving on to our next category, best ending. Okay.
This one was also a fun one.
Nmbr, your runner-up is Yuyami no Uta, composed by Yuki Kajiura and performed by Keiko, Sengoku Youko.
Yep. It's a good one.
I love the CD so much. just good, just good magical vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's almost mournful in just a beautiful way.
Yeah. It was hard choosing between this and the other EDs, to be honest, because they're all really good.
Yeah.
I had a very clear winner in my EDs, but picking runner-up was much harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which.
Yeah, speaking of, Jack, your runner-up is Nobody by One Republic, Kaiju No.8.
Okay, good. I'm glad you picked it because I almost did. I love this CD so much.
It's just so nice.
No, I mean
It's very
look,
simple visually, but I like how it's framed. It's like
Yeah.
on the desktop screen, the old school desktop screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That plus the song is just
yeah.
really
No,
good.
the song is a
Yeah.
banger, even though the lyrics betrayed me.
Yeah.
But no, it's an absolutely fair pick, and it was absolutely up there for me.
Yeah.
My runner-up, though, is actually the ED that beat it out for me in spring, which is One Nichiwa 25 Jikan by Anna Tsurashima. Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night.
Yeah,
It's a
Jellyfish
great
is really
one.
good, ED.
It's really good. That was another high one for me.
I did consider the Jellyfish EDs because all of them were really good.
Mm-hmm.
The Makeine EDs were also in pretty strong contention, as
Yeah.
were Sengoku Yoko's. Just a lot of good ending themes this year.
Yeah, no, there's some really good ones.
I love this. I love this part where they're
Yeah, this
they're
part's
going
great.
off.
Yeah.
And then poor Kano's all by herself, and then they all join her.
Yeah.
And then everything's okay.
Nmbr, your winner is Karma by Setsuko from Uku Gokko from Mecha-Ude. I cannot read my own handwriting.
Yeah, no, it's Sawano ED. It's
Yeah.
good. It's
Yeah.
real good.
Yep. It was kind of a toss-up between this and my runner-up, but good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Also, it's always the best when you have a clear top two, and it's just like I can just put them in whatever order.
Yeah.
I just need to decide how I'm feeling at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't the case for me with this category though.
Yeah. Just give it a few more seconds to run out.
Yeah. I do like how it's kind of like a staggering, stuttering style of animation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. Jack, your winner, and my winner,
Yep.
Kamakura Style by Bocchi Boromaru, Elusive Samurai.
Only reason I didn't pick it is because I knew one of you would.
Yeah, now that's
As it turns out, both of us did.
Yeah. This is so good.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think this was one of the first things you got into me for your awards, Jack, and so obviously I knew it when I was doing my awards, but you know, there was no other one that I could pick really.
Yeah, no, it was like similar for me. Like I cannot choose anything else for my best
Yeah.
DD. It was always going to be this.
It's so good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I had Kaiju No.8 there as well, Red Cat Ramens as well, but yeah, just Elusive Samurai was a very very clear winner for me in terms of EDs.
Yep.
But let us move on to our next category, which is Best Animation. This one's quite fun. We start with Nmbr. Your runner-up is Windbreaker, directed by Akai Toshifumi. I don't know why I was leading to something there isn't anything else.
Yeah, no, like it was directed by more than one person.
No, I don't know why I
Yeah.
was leading to something else. I was still in the style of the OPs and EDs where title, artist, show, but then I was just like halfway through. I was like, wait, there's nothing after that unless I want to shout out Cloverworks.
It's like, yeah.
Which I mean,
I mean, you
fair,
could've said the
Cloverworks,
studio, too.
yeah, but yeah. No,
No,
Windbreaker, excellent show, excellently animated
Excellent
show.
production.
One of the more
across board.
consistently well animated shows of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's an easy top 5 most consistently well animated shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. But probably, you know, joining it in those ranks, Jack, your runner-up is Frieren, directed by Saito Keiichiro.
Yeah. Just look at how gorgeous this is, and while it isn't like consistently this insanely detailed, it is still always really good.
Yeah.
Also, for instance, being able to summon a fucking black hole is insane.
Yeah. I mean, that manages to do, like, individual strands of hair far better than, say, Gohan's does.
Oh god.
Don't talk about Go Hands.
No, that's next week.
Yeah. Have you had your bout of motion sickness yet, Nmbr?
Not yet. I've been saving it.
Fortunately, this is a lot smoother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really pushed the boundaries with some of these animation clips.
I
went as long as I dared.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I just gotta get a name up for this. Sorry about this. There's just a little bit of a complicated name. Where the fuck
Oh
is it?
boy.
I say complicated more in the sense of I don't immediately have it written down in front of me, but my runner-up is Haikyuu movie, The Dumpster Battle, directed by Mitsunaka Susumu. Yeah, Susumu. Yeah, this movie looked fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
I can't get over it being called the dumpster battle.
Yeah.
So it's called a dumpster battle because the like mascot animals of the two teams are crows and cats. So they're two animals found at fucking like dumpsters or garbage heaps, and would likely be fighting over scraps. So that's the reasoning. But yeah,
It's still
That's
funny.
really fucking good animation.
this is a minute of a like 2-minute sequence of just first person animation.
And
like-
not just first
that's
person,
crazy.
it looks like it's a oneer too.
Yeah, it is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
I need to actually read and watch Haikyuu.
There were multiple other parts that I could have picked if it wasn't for my love of first person shots.
Yeah.
I am glad that we opened up the box to specials and movies because, those are going to be fucking superbly animated.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nmbr, your winner is Uma Musume Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era.
I'm not surprised.
Directed by Yamamoto Kan. Yeah, this is
gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
one of the less surprising picks, I'm sure, throughout this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, Cygames pops off when they pop off.
Yeah.
What was it? Crisis Connect was also pretty fucking spectacular when they went full Sakuga like this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Again, I pushed the boundary on this one. This is nearly a minute long. I didn't dare.
Yeah.
I didn't dare go over a minute, but yeah.
Those speed lines, though.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I can't wait. I can't wait for Cinderella Grey because if it looks half this good, then I'll be well fed.
Well, speaking of looking good,
Jack, your winner is One Piece fan letter directed by Ishitani Megami. Yeah, One Piece.
I knew it. I
not
knew
just
it.
one fan letter I had to shout out at some point because goddamn.
Yeah, I can't fault you for it.
So I actually had a couple of choices of clips for this. It was this one that's more in the middle, and then there was another one that was basically the fucking opening shot of the movie. The
whole thing with the warlords and stuff.
Yeah. And my incredibly clever and convoluted way of deciding which one I should pick was I rolled
A
dice.
coin toss.
I rolled dice.
Okay. Yeah.
I said one was odds and one was evens, and I just rolled three d20s and went from there. My winner though is The Elusive Samurai, directed by Yamazaki Yuta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
This was
One of the
this was another tricky one because I was very much trying to decide between Elusive Samurai and Windbreaker for first. And then Nmbr, you picked Windbreaker, so I went, I'll go Elusive Samurai instead.
Yep.
I'll take that easy route out.
Yeah, again, another example of consistently well animated throughout, like
Yep.
Windbreaker and Frieren.
Yep.
Obviously, I had a couple of moments of janky CG, but it is what it is.
Those are much more outliers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I just even then, I think the positives more than make up for it.
Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, just a little bit more. There we go. Right, moving on to our last category with clips in it. Best fight. Nmbr, your runner-up is Renji versus Uryu, Bleach, episode 33.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much rule of cool here. Not a lot of narrative weight here, to be totally honest, but it's just I just love this fight that much.
Yeah.
There doesn't need to be narrative weight necessarily for it to be a best fight contender.
Yeah.
No,
It's just so cool.
it does look very, very cool. Very, very interesting.
Very dynamic and well choreographed for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So just let this run out a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm probably pushing the boat a little bit with, what copyright will allow us, but fuck it.
Eh,
I mean,
let's have
there's
some
no
fun.
audio.
We'll
Yeah.
deal with that problem when if we get to it.
Yep.
Jack, your runner-up, and my winner. Sakura versus Togame, Windbreaker, episodes 7 to 8.
Hell yes.
This one was real close for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is like my third place.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, this was honestly a kind of an easy winner. This was, both beautifully animated, but just with a whole lot of, story and character work behind it as well.
Mhm. They're talking with their fists.
Yeah. And like I said in the Spring Awards, I love the battle damage on the fists. It just makes the fights seem that much more hard hitting.
Yeah, no, this fight goes fucking hard and it looks raw as hell.
It's not quite the most brutal anime fight I've seen. That still goes to ID Invaded and Narisako and the Challenger.
Oh god.
Jesus,
Yeah,
that
that
was
one's
brutal.
fucking brutal.
That's a brutal fight. But this one probably comes closer than it should with teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
My runner-up though is Tokiyuki versus Shokan, Elusive Samurai, episodes 8 and 9.
Really? I wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah.
That's a good fight, though.
I felt it was maybe pushing the boat a little bit too much if I would have put Karasuno versus Nekoma from Haikyuu. But
Yeah.
considering it was an entire movie.
Yeah.
But, I fucking love this fight. As I've said so many times before, this fight is... I just love it so much. I really do.
Yeah. I love the whole bit of Tokiyuki fucking dodging the blood spatter.
That's how elusive he is.
Yep. He's just having a fun time.
Yeah.
He's a kid.
Again,
He's just having some fun, some playful murder.
the voice acting from Asaki Yuikawa here, it's just, Tokiyuki sounds like he's playing a fun game of tag, not murdering a dude and making him find God.
Yeah.
Nmbr, your winner though is Will versus Edward, Wistoria, episode 2.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, this fight is just so cool. It still hasn't left my mind. I love it. This set the tone for Wistoria for me.
No.
Wistoria is honestly just replete with excellent fights.
Yeah. I mean, the point was, in summer, all three of us picked a Wistoria fight, but we didn't pick the same fucking Wistoria fight.
Which was very, very funny.
Nmbr, you picked this one. I picked Will versus Shion, and Jack, I think you picked Will versus Julius.
Yes.
That shows how good the fights were. And, I think we said this when, talking about this fight. The caliber of this fight is honestly on par with a lot of shows, climax fights and finale fights. And this is episode 2.
It's so good. I love this fight. Plus, narratively, it just works so well.
Yeah.
Yep. It will not surprise you to learn what my pick, though, is, Nmbr.
Jack, your winner is Garp and Sword versus the Blackbeard Pirates, One Piece episodes 11:13 to 15 and 11:21 to 22.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. I am not shocked that you picked the Garp versus Kuzan segment of the fight.
Yeah. The issue is, with One Piece at the pacing it's currently at, it's a little difficult to find a really good clip that comes in under a minute.
Yeah. Fair.
I could either pick this bit that actually showed a bit of, back and forth, or I picked a fucking big moment like Garp fucking galaxy impacting or blue holing or galaxy dividing or some shit.
Yeah, Garp nuking an island twice with his fists.
Yeah, like... And again, it was one that I cut off just before a minute, and I wish I could have just gone a few more seconds. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work.
I do want to make a shout out because I decided to omit it from my nominations, but I very much wanted to put one of the fights from Gridman Universe in here because that movie is just full of incredible fights.
I need to watch that still.
You do, but I decided not to since A, y'all haven't seen it, I didn't want to spoil, and B, it didn't come out last year technically anyways, so...
It's one of those borderline cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, but incredible fights in that movie, I did want to shout it out.
I mean, I'll give a shout out to the party versus the Red Dragon from Delicious in Dungeon. Hikaru and Alma versus Fist from Mecha-Ude. Senya versus Jinka from Sengoku Youko.
Yep, that was up there for me too.
Senya versus Jinka is basically the biggest one I wanted to shout out that wasn't on my seasonal awards.
I do want to give a bit of a shout out to Rimura versus Hinata from Slime as well.
That's a good one.
I
also, a shout out to Garp's expression there. It's just very funny.
Yeah. Also, a little shout out to Luffy bodying Lucci in their rematch.
That's also a gorgeous fight.
Yeah.
That's hardly a fight just because Luffy kind of.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't even really put it into consideration because it's very one-sided.
Yeah,
but it is gorgeous.
All right, let's move on to our penultimate category, which is, of course, sequel of the year. Your runner-up is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon, aka Danmachi, Season 5?
Good pick.
Yep, it's really good. I wish it was finished, but
That is part of the reason I didn't put it as high as you did.
Yeah. But what we got is still really, really good.
Jack, your runner-up, and my runner-up, The Apothecary Diaries Cour 2.
Very, very good.
I mean, this was a pretty solid choice anyway, but as it turns out, I also didn't have that much choice to begin with.
Yeah, you didn't watch that many sequels this year.
As it turns
you're not
out,
much of a sequel guy.
Once you take out the fucking carryovers of the likes of, Sengoku Youko, Yatagarasu, Tombo, and all that, I only watched 7 sequels this year.
You watched barely over a quarter of what I watched.
But yes, Apothecary Diaries probably would have been in this slot regardless because it was a fucking phenomenal show. But yes. Your winner for sequel of the year is Oshi no Ko Season 2.
It's the best arc in the manga, and they adapted it exceptionally well and added a lot of additions that really make it even better. So it's ideally the best possible adaptation.
Yeah, it's the best part of the manga too. I do also want to revise what I said earlier. It's not the worst ending I've read in a while. It's just the biggest drop off in quality compared to what came before.
That's fair.
I still hated it, but yeah.
Also, that is fair. Also, to be honest, I didn't have that much choice in sequels either. I had more than Mill, but not a lot.
Yeah.
I could have picked Daima or ReZero, but we have a whole bunch more ReZero coming, and Daima also is quite a ways off from finishing. So
it says a lot that I have the top 10 for sequels, and Shangri-La Frontier got edged out ever so slightly.
Wow, Jesus. Jack, your winner is Frieren Beyond Journey's End Cour 2.
Surprising nobody, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The #1 anime of all time, according to the greatest website of all time, My Anime List.
Let me just check something real quick.
It's Last I checked, it is ahead of
Yeah, no,
FMA Brotherhood by quite a margin.
No.
Yeah.
That's not what I was checking. For sequel of the year, you picked your same winner and runner-up as anime of the year last year.
Are you surprised?
No, but I'm just pointing it out as a fact.
Yeah,
Because they're that good, okay?
I can't blame you for your picks. I'm just making the point that is something that exists now.
It's not unfair.
No, it's
Honestly.
well, I guess.
Look, if you want to talk about actual sequels instead of carryovers from the previous year, the top two would be Dangers in My Heart Season 2 and ReZero Season 3.
See, now that's more like it.
It's funny you should mention that. My winner for sequel of the year is
Yep.
The Dangers in My Heart Season 2.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Yeah. Like I said, the shows that I watched that I could have nominated for this is Apothecary Diaries, Dangers in My Heart, High Card, Slime, Shy, Blue Lock, and Kemonohashi.
Why didn't you pick High Card, dude?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure High Card is the bottom of his list.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that's a pretty clear one.
High Card is also the lowest ranking I have for a sequel as well.
That's fair.
Which says a lot that's going below Our Last Crusade.
Yeah. Oh wow. Also, one day I'll watch Dangers in My Heart. One day.
Highly recommended.
Did
from
Our
both
Last
of us.
Crusade even finish?
No.
God damn it.
Oof.
Yeah,
That's
High Card
crazy.
is more of a letdown.
At least you don't have to watch Our Last Crusade being banned if it doesn't finish.
Exactly.
Wait, yeah, that just. Do you even know if that's going to finish?
No clue. Silverlink has been very quiet on the matter.
That's concerning to say the least.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit. If it was, a more,
I will say,
if it was a more popular show, people would probably be talking about it more. But I don't think anybody really cares.
yeah. Oh, also, my top 5 is rounded out by Dragon Ball Daima.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to our final award. It is, of course, the big one: Anime of the Year.
Woo woo.
Nmbr, your runner-up is Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era.
It's really good. What can I say?
I do have Uma Musume as a whole on my short list of anime to catch up on. And it is part of my New Year's resolution to start new things, so I might catch up to this at some point this year.
I highly recommend it. They're all good. They're all very good.
Yep. So
We're getting a new one next year too. So
Jack, your runner-up is Dan Da Dan.
should surprise no one at this point.
it doesn't, but I expected that to be your anime of the year. So, okay.
My anime of the year will also not be too surprising.
I'm
but
sure.
We'll get to that.
My runner-up for Anime of the Year is Tonari no Yokai-san.
I need to watch this at some point.
It is so good.
Yeah, seriously recommend it. Seriously.
Is it on my list? I need to check if it's on my list.
Yeah.
I don't have it as high as Mill does, but I do have it in my top 20.
Look,
I've
quite
only
comfortably.
heard good things about it, so
any show that can get me bawling
that's
like I was in that finale, it's gonna get a really high placement for me.
also, just that visual with the man with the taxi head. I don't know what that's about, but
And he's in a romance with the other guy in the image.
that's good. But how does that work with the taxi head? Whatever.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You
way,
know
it's
cars
on my
have
list,
you know
so.
cars have exhaust pipes. Nmbr.
Okay. All right.
damn
I
it.
knew you were gonna say something like that.
Nmbr, your winner for Anime of the Year is Sengoku Youko.
Yep.
Taking it all as a whole, I couldn't really pick anything else. There was a lot of bangers this year, but the one that kept me that I kept going back to was this one. So.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely a fair pick. Absolutely a fair
Very
pick.
strong contention.
Yeah.
But couldn't measure up to some of the titans of this year for me.
Jack,
Foremost of which was
your anime of the year for 2024 is Delicious in Dungeon.
Ah, okay.
it's just so fucking good.
If only it
Like-
wasn't for Cabru. Might have been higher for me.
Very unfortunate that the single character detracted so much. I did not feel that same way. I enjoyed the hell out of the show.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I'm only partially japing. But my anime of the year for 2024 is Yatagarasu, The Raven Does Not Choose Its Master.
I'm glad you
Yep.
picked it because
Yeah.
I wanted to.
I was considering this. It is in my top 10. But yeah. I'm not surprised you picked
It's a
this
damn
one.
good show.
It is.
So my top 10 is obviously Yatagarasu first, Tonari no Yokai-san second, Senpai's Otokonoko third. That was honestly a really hard one to pick between. Sengoku Youko is fourth, A Sign of Affection fifth, Mecha-Ude sixth, Elusive Samurai seventh, Windbreaker eighth, Delicious in Dungeon ninth, and Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic rounding out the top 10.
Not a bad list.
Yeah.
Let's see. My top 10 I have as, of course, Delicious in Dungeon and Dandadan as top 2. Makeine in third. Kaiju No.8 in fourth. Windbreaker in fifth. Yatagarasu in sixth. Seventh is Elusive Samurai. Eighth is A Sign of Affection. Ninth is Sengoku Youko. And 10th, kind of a toss-up between Blue Box and Orb, honestly.
I had Blue Box in 11th, so yeah.
I'll toss out a top 5, a tentative one. A Sign of Affection would definitely be my third because that was the other show I was considering for Anime of the Year. Followed by probably Orb and Yatagarasu.
Yeah. Good picks, honestly.
But there were a lot of bangers. Too.
Yeah. My bottom three is in descending order. So third from last is Delusional Monthly Magazine, then Oblivion Battery, then Terrified Teacher at Ghoul School. So
Are we talking like 3 or more episodes or just overall?
3 or more episodes, yeah. My list would be significantly longer if I included the dross that I watched for premieres.
See. Yeah, no, if I was just talking 1 episodes, you would not be surprised by bottom 3, but bottom 3 for stuff that's 3 or more episodes. Third from last is Studio Apartment, Angel included. Second from last, Strongest Tanks Labyrinth Raids, and last place is Terrified Teacher at Ghoul School.
I mean, it's not even that Terrified Teacher at Ghoul School was necessarily bad, it just wasn't good.
Yeah, no, it just did not vibe. And also, like, the humor just didn't work.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that is just about everything. That is the end of our Anime of 2024 stream, coming in at just over 5 hours.
Only a little bit shorter than the last one.
Yeah, honestly, it's better than I expected, especially considering we did have, one more show than last year, so I think we made good time.
Yeah.
I think we really made it up on the fall shows, considering we just didn't really talk about them that much.
I mean, we talked about them at length a week ago.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. But yes, thank you everybody for watching, whoever has stuck around this long.
Fuck.
Hopefully you have enjoyed, because I think we definitely have.
Yeah.
In terms of future stuff, we will be doing an Anime of 2024 tier list at some point, though that'll probably be in the spring at this stage.
Yeah, it's kind of dependent on when Don Machi's last batch of episodes released in part, and also just when our schedules are open for it.
I mean, there's an element of I want to finish Nier Automata version 1.18, which I know I said yesterday that we were going to be talking about it today. I didn't realize it wasn't actually on the list. That's my bad. I could have sworn it was on the fucking list. It's possible we discussed it and said no because I hadn't caught up on it, and in my mind, that memory of just remembering talking about it was like, yeah, that definitely means it's on, right? Nope. Anyway, but yes, I want to watch that. I want to see if I can watch Frieren as well before we do the tier list. But again, we'll see. Yeah.
Well, winter is probably going to be dry as hell, so...
It's not looking great for winter at the moment, no. Just based on the PVs. We'll see about the premieres. Obviously, got to start watching them. But yeah, in terms of more general future stuff, as always, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. The premiere stream will be next week, and we'll be back onto Saturdays, so look forward to that. Otherwise, please do give us a follow here on Twitch and all that YouTube stuff.
Like and subscribe, leave a comment down below, and please press that bell icon.
And otherwise, hopefully, we shall see you on Tuesday for probably a gaming stream of some sort, and then Saturday for the premiere stream. Good night.
Later.
Bye bye.